chairs covering critical areas such as sustainability, digital intelligence, global value chains, and inclusive development. We are honored to have five distinguished keynote speakers, including four international speakers and one eminent Indian academic, namely Dr. Manit Mishra, Professor Marketing and Dean, Research and Accreditations, IMI, Bhubaneswar, Dr. Tapas Ranjan Das, Professor and Research Advisor, CAM at Business School, Cambodia, Dr. Durga Prasad Rupakula, Director of Research and Postgraduate Studies, IBS University, Papua New Guinea, and Professor Mohammad Abdul Wadud, okay, Professor, Department of Economics, Rajshahi University, Bangladesh, and Managing Editor of Empirical Economic Letters indexed in ABDC. He is our the publishing partners, and Professor B. Nishant, Faculty of Management and Finance, University of Colombo, Sri Lanka. Their insights, I believe, will greatly enrich the academic discourse. We have also integrated forward-looking initiatives such as a pre-conference workshop on structural equation modeling for the participant of this event on 22nd March 2026. Dr. Karimullah Bassa, we have invited from Jain deemed to be university. He was the resource persons. And we have also had one, a pre-conference students hackathon, where IMIT students have participated. And on this was on 23rd of March of this month, and we have invited Mr. Jagdish Sahu, who is with us today also. He is from Assistant Director. He is from MSME CUTTACK. Okay. And we are also going to confer the ORC Best Paper Awards, Best Research Paper Awards, supported by Operation Research Society of India, Bhubaneswar's Odisha chapter, to recognize excellence in research. The conference version of this paper is published in the form of proceedings with ISBN number by Paramount Publishing, Hyderabad, and we are going to release this today towards the end of this session. The selected full registered papers will be submitted to Empirical Economic Letters for further review and publications. ICSB 2026 builds seamlessly on the foundation of ICSB 2025, moving from people, planet, and profit to innovation, inclusion, and impact. And if previous conference defined what sustainability was all about, this edition demonstrated how it can be achieved. Looking ahead, we envisioned ICSB 2027 as well with the theme resilience, responsibility, and regenerations. A natural progression that focuses on sustaining and scaling the impact we create today. Thus, our journey reflects a clear evolutions from understanding sustainability to implementing it and ultimately to renewing and strengthening it for the futures. Okay. The true success of ICSB lies not just in dialogue, but in its continuous evolutions into meaningful actions and lasting impact. Thank you. Thank you very much. I wish you all a highly enriching and impactful experience. Jai Jagannath. Bande Utkal Janani.
Thank you, Dr. Sahu. I'd now like to invite to the podium Professor Deepak Kumar Sahu, Organizing Chair, ICSB 2026 and Principal, CIME Bhubaneswar.
Very good morning to all. Honorable Vice Chancellor, BPUT, and patron of this international conference. Invited speakers and dignitaries on the dais, delegates, paper presentation, fellow colleagues, dear students. At the outset, I welcome you all to the second International Conference on Sustainable Business, ICSB 26, jointly organized by IMIT CUTTACK and CIME Bhubaneswar. The theme of this conference, Sustainable Business, Innovation, Inclusion and Impact, is very relevant in today's time. We are living in a period of fast change. Technology is growing very quickly, but at the same time, the challenges before society and environment are also increasing. In such a situation, businesses cannot focus only on profit. They must also think about people, about sustainability, and about long term impact. Innovation today must not be limited to new products or services. It must be inclusive, reaching different sections of society. And at the same time, whatever we do should create measurable and meaningful impact. This balance between innovation, inclusion, and impact is very important for sustainable progress. In this context, the role of academic institutions becomes very important. We are responsible for developing future leaders, encouraging research, and creating platform for discussion. We must ensure that knowledge does not remain only in books, but is applied to solve real-world problems. This conference is a step in that direction. It brings together scholars, industry experts, practitioners, and policymakers on one platform. It provides an opportunity to share ideas, present research, and discuss solutions that can be implemented at scale. I am confident that the interaction over 2 days will lead to new insights, meaningful collaborations, and stronger partnership between institution and industry. I also hope that the research presented here will contribute to policy thinking and practical action in the field of sustainable business. Besides, more particularly, the researchers and faculty members get an opportunity to develop their skills in public speaking, academic communication, and for many, the chance to lead sessions or act as a juror. The PhD scholars gain crucial experience in presenting under scrutiny, which helps them build confidence and prepare for a career in academia or industry. Many PhD scholars will also fulfill their academic requirement as a part of their pending pre-submission of thesis in universities. More specifically, we are grateful to our Vice Chancellor and patron of this international conference, whose presence indeed encourage competition, foster quality, and drive innovation within constituent and affiliated colleges, acting as a crucial component of institutional leadership and global engagement. It helps us to establish global networks, develop partnership, industrial consultancies, and placement opportunities that enhance the institution's standing against other academic entities. Lastly, I would like to take this opportunity to sincerely thank the organizing committee, more particularly led by Professor Manas Ranjan Kabat, Principal IMIT CUTTACK, Dr. Chandrakant Sahu, Dr. Swati Mishra, Dr. Bamadev Mahapatra and their team for their hard work and dedication in making this conference possible. I also extend my gratitude to all our speakers, session chairs, and participants for being part of this important issue. Besides this is another forum where more the students of management are over here and faculty members in the field of management are over here. We have with us our respected Vice Chancellor, as well as the Director MSME, Government of India, stationed at CUTTACK. Going beyond context, sir, Biju Patnaik University of Technology is 25 years old now, going to be 25 years old now. And besides engineering courses, it has management and computer science students. Nowadays, MBA students and MC students are partly been negated in getting internships and projects during their first year and second years. In the past, OCAC, the only organization that was providing project to the MCA student or engineering student, now OCAC has also discontinued. So as a Government of India organization, that to MSME, which is now encouraged by Government of India and state government in different parts of the state, we would be highly obliged if MSME can come forward to have a dialogue with the university and at the same time with industries to provide internships specifically to management students, it will go a long way. That will be my appeal on behalf of CIME, IMIT, and all sister affiliated and constitutional college of BPUT. And I will also appeal our Honorable Vice Chancellor, who will also highlight on this. Thank you very much, Jayan.
Thank you so much, sir. I now invite to the podium Professor Manas Ranjan Kabat, Organizing Chair, ICSB 2026 and Principal, IMIT CUTTACK.
Honorable Vice Chancellor Sir, today's chief guest, Sri Gupta Sir, my dear colleagues, General Chair Devasis Sir, paper presenters, and student friends. I welcome you all to the second international conference on sustainable business. So this is the second version, but we are organizing in IMIT with the collaboration of CIME and ORC. So I first convey my good wishes to all the paper presenters who have come forward and contributed their research paper in this conference. And also, I welcome all my students who are here attending this conference. As Chandran sir and Deepak sir told that we have some keynote addresses. Actually, in conference when you are coming, there are some keynote addresses which will be very useful. So I hope you will listen the keynote addresses. And sustainability, I am not a man of sustainability, or I am not a man of this MBA. But what I understand that people are talking about sustainability in every field. Everyone is adding sustainability. It may be sustainable education, sustainable technology, sustainable energy, sustainable business. So, but before 20 years, when we started our research, there we are concentrating on optimization, minimize cost, minimize delay, minimize time. So all these things. But now, after during the last 10 years, we see that people realized that there is something that environmental impact also is to be analyzed, because in the name of industrialization, our MSME friend is here. So in the name of industrialization, research or technology, the natural resources are depleted. Maybe you can see the trees are cut, or your mountains are demolished, water reservoirs are maybe demolished somewhere. So this is a regular practice. Now in the last 10 years only, they realized that natural resources are to be preserved. So that is how people started working on the sustainable technology and sustainable development. So when you speak about sustainable business, that does not mean, as I told, that is not a simple profit or loss statement. Yeah, that means you have to see the environmental impacts also. So you all see that now you can see in the war also, many oil reservoirs are destroyed. So there will be a time when your natural resources will be destroyed. So in this situation, it's very important to work on the sustainability, and I am hopeful that you will be working on this. And in future, I am very much thankful to our organizing team and including SAIM that they have collaborated and taken a step to work on sustainability. So in this context, actually, though I am not a man of the sustainability, I'm just telling a small story of Mahabharat, what BC sir was telling in our BPUT multi-international conference. It's a small story. When five Pandavas were in Banbas, they felt thirsty. So first, Sahadev went to a water reservoir, and that water reservoir was the custodian of Jakheras. He asked the question he told that if you want to drink water, then you have to answer my question. But Sahadev denied to answer the question, so he died. Then Nakul went, he died. then Arjun, then Bhim, all four brothers are dead. Then finally Yudhishthira went to that water reservoir, and you see all his four brothers are died, and he was very patient. He told, yes, you ask me the questions. So he asked some questions. The first question was, what is heavier than earth and what is higher than sky? And the last question was, what was the astonished part of the life? So the first answer what Yudhishthira gave is, mother is heavier than earth and father is higher than the sky. And the last question is, what is the most astonished part of life? So he told that everyone knows that death is the end of life. Everyone knows that death is the end of life, but he thinks that death might not have been the end of life. Okay. So everyone knows he will die one day, but still he is working so that he will not die. So when you see at that time also, from that particular lesson, we see there is a water reservoir. There is a water reservoir which was taken care by Jakheras. At that time, even if you are so powerful, you may be Arjun, Bhim, whatever you are, but you have to be ethical. You have to know what is the truth of life. And finally, Yudhishthira was asked a question when, after answering all the questions, he was asked that you tell, I want to give life to only one brother. So whom you want to give life? So he told that, I want Nakul to be alive. So he asked, why Nakul? Why not you have Bhim, Arjun, so powerful brothers, but you are asking for Nakul? So he told that, no, I am the eldest brother of Kunti. I am the eldest son of Kunti. So I want the eldest son of Mata Madri must be alive. So that shows his ethics. So ethics and sustainability are again very closely related. So you see, many spirituality and this sustainability are also very closely related. Most of the people you see, the water taps are open. Maybe we are going out of the room, but lights are on, ACs are on. Okay, we don't care. So you should be ethical. So that the natural resources will not be destroyed. Natural resources will not be depleted. So you have to work on that. It's not that about research. It's not about engineering. It's not about your industrialization or development. You have to be ethical. You have to work on the sustainability so that in addition to development, we can also see that natural resources are preserved and we are enjoying the natural resources. And when we leave this world, then also our descendants who will come here, they will have some resources available and they can enjoy. Otherwise, we will use all resources and they will use cycles. We will all use cars. It's not like that. We have to work on this. Thank you. Thank you all.
Thank you, Professor Kabad, for your encouraging words and visionary outlook. I now have the privilege of inviting to the podium our General Chair, Professor Satya Swarup Debashish, Professor, Department of Business Administration, Utkal University.
Namaskar to one and all, and very good morning. Honorable Vice Chancellor, Professor Amiya Kumar Ratha, the Chief Patron of the International Conference, esteemed Chief Guest, Engineer P.K. Gupta, the Director MSME, DFO, Station at CUTTACK, respected Principal, IMIT, Professor Manas Ranjan Kabad, respected Principal, CIME, Professor Deepak Kumar Sahu, the Program Chair, Dr. Chandrakant Sahu, the Convener of the International Conference, Madam Dr. Swati Mishra, invited guests, delegates, faculty colleagues, senior professors, session chairs, keynote speakers, research scholars, and dear students. Welcome to the second International Conference on Sustainable Business
the 3I model: innovation, inclusion, and impact. I think all of us know that last year we had the first version of the sustainable business, wherein we discussed about the 3P model. That is the people, planet, and profit. In the capacity as the general chair, it is my privilege to ventilate my thoughts on the broad theme of the international conference. At the outset, since I belong to the stream of management, it is widely believed that the epitome of all management education, management learning, management practices is the art, the ability to take agile decisions, and wherein we optimize and also customize. The centerpiece being optimization and customization. Now, when you look at this 3 model, that is what we talk about in terms of innovation, inclusion, and impact. I'm also closely remembering the 3 concepts you talk about: IQ, EQ, and SQ. Intelligent quotient, the emotional quotient, and the spiritual quotient. The innovation has much to do with the intelligent quotient. When the human beings are empathetic, you touch upon the emotional quotient, and taking all as a holistic model to find out the impact of the sustainability, then you are somewhere close to spiritual quotient. Now this, as someone said very rightly, the true spirit of sustainability lies in the thought: live, let live, and ensure a brighter future for the coming generations. From smaller things like a pledge for no plastic to relatively larger issues of clean, renewable energy, sustainability is no longer a choice. It has to be part of our life. I'm also reminded of a small, not an anecdote, but a small quotation from what Professor Kawat just now mentioned. See, if you look at the reality of life, someone asked a saint, what is the most irony in life? And what do human beings have? He said, between B and D, there is a letter that the human being have control on, being symbolizing birth, D symbolizing death. In between that, we have a C that is called choice. As responsible citizens, we have a choice of how our activities are most sustainable. Now, this United Nations Sustainable Development Goals that all of us are aware about, the 17 goals, are the benchmark in understanding the broad contours of what sustainability is, the linkages with development, the challenges ahead, and how economies worldwide are seeing progress through the eyes of SDG goals. Now, we are living in an era where global business landscape is undergoing rapid transformation driven by technology, the AI, the ML, the LLM models. Now, innovation has become the cornerstone of such competitiveness and sustainable growth. One of the most visible transformation in contemporary business is the rapid expansion of application-based services. Whether we are talking about ride sharing to food delivery, to fintech to e-platform, application-driven models have enhanced convenience, efficiency, and scalability. At the same time, business must navigate an increasingly complex geopolitical environment. All of us are aware that trade tensions, shifting alliances, policy decisions influence global investment flow. There are a lot of discussions about the US tariff policy, China One policy, the importance of artificial intelligence, all is gathering momentum. Now in India, sustainability is gaining momentum through circular economy models. Forward-thinking leaders must integrate sustainability metrics into core strategy to rebuild resilient business that thrive and resource constraints and regulatory pressures. Universities and management B schools in particular, therefore, have a crucial role to play. We must prepare our students who are not only technically competent, but also ethically responsible and globally aware. The future managers must develop digital literacy, innovative thinking, sustainability consciousness, and the ability to navigate complex global environments. In this backdrop, this international conference is very topical and relevant. Apart from the research paper presentations in various technical sessions, over the next 2 days, we are delighted to have a galaxy of renowned academicians from India and abroad who will deliver their keynote address and also interact with our participants. I am confident that the discussions will generate valuable insights and inspire new ideas that contribute to advancing responsible and sustainable business practice. At the outset, I also thank the organizing team, both IMIT and CIME, that is under the leadership of the Honorable Vice Chancellor and Dr. Chandrakant Sahu and Dr. Swati Mishra. This international conference is gaining momentum in the second version. With this thought, I extend my best wishes for the thumping success of the international conference and look forward for the stimulating discussions ahead. Thank you. Jai Jagannath, Bande Utkal Janani.
Thank you, Professor Debashish, for sharing such profound insights with us. I now invite to the podium our esteemed patron, Professor Omya Kumar Rathap, Vice Chancellor, BPUT, Raulkela, Odisha.
The chief guest of the conference, Engineer P.K. Gupta, Director MSME, CUTTACK, and his colleague, Assistant Director Jagdish Sahu, Assistant Director MSME, Mr. Jagdish Sahu, and Dr. Satya Swarup Debashish, the General Chair of the conference, Manas Ranjan Kabat, the Principal IMIT CUTTACK, Professor Deepak Kumar Sahu, Organizing Chair and Principal CIME Bhubaneswar, Chandrakant Sahu, the Program Chair, Swati Mishra, Dr. Swati Mishra, the Convener of the program, and Bamdev Mahapatra. I could see last year also Bamdev was coordinating the entire activities. Where is Bamdev? Is missing something. Okay. Yeah, Bamdev Mahapatra and other faculty members of CIME Bhubaneswar and IMIT Cuttack, the girl who sang the song Raja Lakshmi, God bless you. Nice song, and your voice is very, very good. The conference is Sustainable Business, Innovation, Inclusion, and Impact. I'll start by saying that what do you mean by sustainable business? Whether it's a business to make profits or business to make ethical business to make profits and environment's impact so that future generation will not suffer. Look at the scenario of war between Ukraine and Russia and war between Iran and Israel and US. I don't want to tell that what is ethics and what is not ethics, but you need to understand, you need to discuss among yourself, you need to talk to each other, find out that ethical business is most important. The beauty part of our country is today, I mean, Dr. Debasi spoke about the tariff and things like that. So what is important is we need to depends on our own products. That's very, very important. Import less, export more. Okay, that's very, very important. The beauty part of our country is 65% of population is below the age of 35 and the median age is 28. The prediction is the entire world workforce will be from India. That's the, so we need more startups, more than 2 lakh startup. Before 2014, the startup was close to 500. But now the startup in India is more than 2 lakhs. So it is, so beauty part is it's coming from tier 2, tier 3 cities and the colleges like ours. Colleges, the affiliating colleges like ours. It's not mostly from IITs and NITs. If you look at the statistics, mostly from colleges like ours. And I'm very much thrilled and the timeless words of Mahatma Gandhi. The world has enough for everyone's need, but not for everyone's greed. This profound statement continues to guide our understanding of sustainability even today. It reminds us that responsible growth must be rooted in balance, ethics, and mindful consumption. We are living in a defining moment of human society, human history, where economic growth, environmental responsibility, and social equity must converge. The traditional model of business focus solely on profit maximization is rapidly evolving into a more holistic paradigm, one that values purpose alongside profits. So, management, we say that managing man tactfully. I do not know whether that definition works today or not, right? I mean, talking about 40 years back, when I was a student of management. In fact, after engineering, I did my management for 2 years. I was thinking that engineering is completely practical when we write programs. But after doing my management, I could see that management is more practical than engineering. It will show you the personality you are. Today, there are exercises, there are, I mean, case studies, there are beautiful things where it will reflect your personality. I do not know how many of you have gone through that particular exercise, but it will reflect your personality. So I remember that what they used to do is they'll give you a questionnaires, they'll make some different groups. Okay, what kind of personalities you are, it will just reflect. So so if you do that exercise and you can change your personality based on what you are today, and you can very well change it. Like when we talk about 2 years educations, it's basically a input and output relationship, right? Input output or and outcome relationship. Like for engineering 4 years, for management 2 years. So what you are and how you want to become, if you want to be a leader. Okay. So that's very, very important. Sustainability is no longer optional, it is imperative. Climate change, resource depletions. Professor Debasi spoke about 17 sustainability development goals by United Nations 2020 35. It has to be like it's all our responsibility. Okay, the responsibility is ours, that how to fulfill, how to see that we need to protect environments, clean water, quality education, and things like that. Climate change, resource depletion, and ecological imbalance remind us that our actions today will determine the legacy we leave for future generations. Businesses across the globe must adopt sustainable practices not as compliance but as a core philosophy. From circular economy models to green technologies, sustainability must be embedded in strategy, operations, and culture. Then innovation is the engine that drives transformations. In today's dynamic world, innovation is not confined to technology alone. It includes new ways of thinking, new business models, and new partnerships. Whether it is artificial intelligence, renewable energy, or digital platforms, innovation has the power to solve complex global challenges. However, innovation must be responsible, ethical, and inclusive. Manas spoke about that Mahabharat when Yudhishthir. So when Yokraj ଯେତେବେଳେ ଯୁଧିଷ୍ଠିରକୁ ପଚାରିଲେ ତମେ କାହାକୁ ବଞ୍ଚେଇବାକୁ ଚାହୁଁଛ, ଫାଷ୍ଟ ସେ ମାନେ ନିଜ କୁନ୍ତୀଙ୍କ ପୁଅ କଥା କହିଲେନି କାହିଁକି? that is called ethics. Ethics is very very important in life. Okay, ethics is very very important when we talk about sustainability educations. Let us give more focus on ethical business. You must be thinking that, because in the see in today's context this is very very important. Inclusion is the foundation of equitable growth. A truly sustainable world cannot exist without inclusivity. We must ensure that the benefits of development reach every segment of society, irrespective of gender, geography, or economic status. Inclusion is not just a social responsibility, it's a economic necessity. Diverse perspectives foster creativity and resilience and better decision making. Impact is the true measure of success. True success is not just measured but by the positive difference we create in society. Business must ask, are we improving lives? I'll just give a simple example when we talk about sustainability. Who is the owner of Raymond's? Can you tell me? Who is the owner of Raymond's? Singania. Which Singania? Is it Gautam Singania or his father? His father. His father is no more. I think you are aware of it. Okay. But yesterday he died. But the very sad part is he was staying in a two-bedroom apartment. Gautam Singhania threw him out after taking all money. After taking all money from his father, father has written all wills. Okay, you take everything. After that, he threw him out. Both of them, both his father and mother, they were staying in a two-bedroom apartment. Whether it is ethics, let us ask ourselves. Okay, ethi- ethics is very very important in life. Okay, yeah. India, in particular, stands at a unique juncture with its demographic dividend, digital transformation, and growing startup ecosystem. The country is poised to become a global leader in sustainable innovation. Initiatives in renewable energy, digital inclusion, and social entrepreneurship are already paving the way. However, the journey ahead requires collaboration. Governments, academia, industry, and civil society must work together to create an ecosystem that fosters innovation, ensures inclusivity, and drives sustainable impact. Let this conference serve as a platform not just for discussion but for action. Let us exchange ideas, build partnership, and commit ourselves to creating solutions that are scalable, sustainable, and impactful. As management scholars and practitioners, we must move beyond theoretical discussions and focus on evidence based solutions that create real and lasting change. ICSB 2026 marks an important evolution from the previous conference. I remember the previous conference was People, Planet, and Profit, while that theme defined the foundational goals of sustainability. This year's focus on innovation, inclusion, and impact emphasizes execution and measurable results. If the earlier framework told us what to achieve, and this year's theme tells us how to achieve. I am very particularly my constituent colleges, CIME and IMIT CUTTACK, they are doing extremely well in terms of giving training and organizing conferences and all that. See, we at Biju Patnaik University of Technology, like always, I used to say that holistic development of student is very, very important. What do you mean by holistic development? The emotional development, the cultural development, the social development, the mental development, the physical development, the spiritual development. That's very, very important because when a student take admission, when he graduates, there should be significant difference in him. That is the responsibility of the college, responsibility of the universities to do that. We published results within know that on 7th of this month, we are getting award from India Record and Asia Record. They will be coming to Rourkela and giving awards to the universities for India Record and award record and Asia Record for publication of results in 2 days. Apart from that, let me tell you, Dr. Gupta, what we used to do is we used to conduct different events like technical events, cultural events, and sports events for the students. When we talk about holistic development of student, this is very, very important. We conduct hackathon for the students. Okay, last year this year we had 10 different problem statement, and more than 3,000 students they participated in hackathons. Similarly, we have research conclave for the research scholars. So when I mean holistic development, the overall development of student is very important when they graduates. I am particularly proud to note that institutions from Odisha, especially IMIT CUTTACK and CIME Bhubaneswar, under the academic ecosystem of BPUT, are taking leadership in organizing such globally relevant academic platforms. This reflects the growing academic excellence and research orientation of our state. Universities today are not merely center of knowledge dissemination, they are engines of transformation. Though research, innovation, and collaboration with industry and society, they can shape future leaders who are not only competent but also responsible and ethical. See, let me just tell you that there are 170 students. Professor Sao mentioned about internship to the student. It's very, very important. There are 170 students from the entire BJ Patnaik University of Technology. They are at Rourkela now conducting their, imparting internship for 4 months. Bangalore company Ruman Technologies, they have come here, and he promised that 80% students will get placement from internships. So we are trying hard to make different center of excellence also, so that we will try to accommodate many students at BJ Patnaik University of Technology, Rourkela, and people can come here and take internships. And we try to provide internship to different industries. It's a responsibility of both of us, like MSME, government, and everybody should take initiatives. I will talk to Dr. Gupta and and Mr. Sahu also, so how to take it forward, how our students of BPUT can get benefit out of this. I would like to quote the renowned management thinker Peter Drucker, who said, "The best way to predict future is to create it." This conference is an excellent example of how we can collectively create a sustainable future through dialogue, research, and actions. I'm sure whoever is attending today, when you attend that keynote speakers, like after the conference, at least somebody will talk about what is sustainable business. You should speak for 5 minutes, 10 minutes. That's very, very important. Only attending conference will not work. The outcome of conference is important. Outcome, meaningful outcome in terms of how to adapt this. Okay, it is not only the research scholars, but it is the students, how to understand sustainable business, how to practice sustainable business in future is most important. I would like to sincerely appreciate the efforts of organizing institutions, IMIT Cuttack, CIME Bhubaneswar, along with its collaborators, for successfully conceptualizing and organizing this international conference. Organizing such an event requires vision, dedication, and teamwork. And I congratulate the entire organizing committee on their commendable efforts. I also extend my appreciation to the keynote speakers, session chairs, reviewers, and authors. Your contributions are invaluable in enriching the academic discourse and advancing knowledge in the field of sustainable business. Dear participants, as you engage in discussions over the next 2 days, I encourage you to think critically, collaborate meaningfully, and innovate responsibly. Let this conference not end with presentations, but translate into partnerships, policies, and practices that create real impact. Let us also remember that sustainability is a continuous journey. It requires resilience, responsibility, and a long term vision. In this regard, I am pleased to note that the conference is already envisioning its next phase with the proposed theme resilience, responsibility, and regeneration. This forward looking approach demonstrates a commitment not only to creating impact but also to sustaining and amplifying it. Before I conclude, I would like to share another insightful thought from Rabindranath Tagore. We do not inherit the earth from our ancestors, we borrow it from our children. This reminds us our duty to preserve and enhance the world for future generations. In conclusion, I urge all of you to carry forward the ideas and insights from this conference into your respective fields of work. Let us work together to build a future that is innovative, inclusive, and impactful. I extend my best wishes for the grand success of ICSB 2026. May this conference inspire meaningful dialogue, foster collaboration, and contribute significantly to sustainable development. Thank you, all of you. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Professor Rothau, for your inspiring and thought-provoking address. And now, the moment we have been all waiting for, it is my great privilege to invite to the podium our chief guest for this conference, Engineer P.K. Gupta, Director, MSME Development Institute, DFO, CUTTACK.
Sorry, I'm not very well. I'll try to speak as much as possible. The Vice Chancellor, BPUT, Professor Aminu Kumar Rath Sahab, Dr. Sarup Devashiji, General Chair, and Professor, Department of Business Administration, Utkal University, Professor Manus Ranjan Kabaji, Organizing Chair, MIT CUTTACK, Professor Deepak Kumar Sahuji, Principal CMI, Dr. Chandrakant Sahuji, Dr. Swati Mishra ji, speakers, students, faculty members. I am from Ministry of MSME, Government of India, which basically is into promotion and development of micro, small and medium enterprises. And today's, I think, the conference topic is on sustainable business, innovation, inclusion, impact. पहले तो रस साहब का मैं आभार प्रकट करता हूं। इंजीनियर हूं, मुझे डॉक्टर बुलाने के लिए बहुत बहुत धन्यवाद आपका। बड़ी मुश्किल से मैंने इंजीनियरिंग पास करी है साहब, प्रैक्टिस एंड इंजीनियरिंग करते समय आई डिड माय इंजीनियरिंग फ्रॉम गवर्नमेंट इंजीनियरिंग कॉलेज जबलपुर, एमपी, मध्य प्रदेश। आई बिलोंग टू एमपी। तो इंजीनियरिंग करना कितना डिफिकल्ट काम है मुझे पता है ना। आई एम मेकिंग लिटिल बट लाइटर बिकॉज आप लोग को सुबह से मैं देख रहा हूँ बहुत टेंस बैठे हुए हैं आप लोग, है ना। एंड 2 दिन का कॉन्फ्रेंस है और बहुत कुछ आप लोगों को सीखना है और समझना है। फ्रेंड्स, MSME, if you see this room as a whole, the 90% of the things which are available in this room, including a chair, a table, podium, plastic bottles, folders, आप कपड़े पहने हुए हैं, मैंने जो पहनी हुई है, बैच की बात करें और बाकी जितनी, they are all manufactured in MSMEs. So that is the power of micro, small and medium enterprises. और भारत सरकार का डेफिनेशन जो अभी रिवाइज हुआ है, I'll speak both in Hindi and English, चलेगा? Okay. The definition of today's MSME has become very broad. Up to investment of 125 crores and a turnover of 500 crores is MSME. So कोई भी अगर यूनिट लगाता है with the investment of 125 crores and who has a turnover of 500 crores is an MSME. So you can understand कि MSME कितना बड़ा है, how big it is. So friends, we will be discussing little about the sustainable business, innovation, inclusion and impact. if you want to really sustain in today's market, which is the theme of the today's seminar conference, you have to be innovative in nature. Reason being I'm saying this, हर दूसरा बंदा बिजनेस कर रहा है. If you start with a tea shop also. See, everywhere you will find a tea shop. But few of the places, there are a number of dosa corners. But in few of the shops, आप बहुत लंबी लाइन देखेंगे. I visit some of the tea shops, and sometimes we go out and we have to wait for 10 minutes to get a tea. What is the reason behind it? Reason is he understands what customer wants. And number two is the quality. Customer को समझे, business उसी से चलेगा. See, customer is God, customer is king, whatever you say. But he is going to fix the rate and he is going to fix you. मतलब अगर आपको सप्लाई करनी है, you have to, it's not satisfaction, you have to delight him. And वो 10 रुपए देगा तो 15 रुपए की चीज एक्सपेक्ट करेगा आपसे. तो पहली चीज, first thing is you should be able to give quality product. And the second is that you should be always, timely delivery is very important. You should be able to deliver product on time or services on time. बहुत सारे business I have seen. See, I am in MSME for the last 24 years now. And I have seen many business, closing down over a period of time. Because आप आज नहीं कल दे देंगे परसों, आज नहीं तो कल नहीं तो परसों, जीने जल्दी क्या करते हो, जीना भी परसों. There is a quote. जबकि है कल करे सो आज कर, आज करे सो अब, पल में परलय होएगा, बहुरी करेगा कब. सो आप कोई भी आपके पास आता है, आप बोलेंगे कि नहीं आज नहीं. आई हैव सीन, मैं भी कोई अगर ड्राई क्लीनिंग के लिए शर्ट देता हूं या कोट देता हूं तो बोलेगा सर आई गिव यू ऑन 25th. यू गो ऑन 25th, ही से आई विल गिव आफ्टर 3 days. वो डेट इंक्रीज करके व्हाट यू विल से, यार नेक्स्ट टाइम आई विल नॉट टेक हिज सर्विसेज. 50% client gone. So second thing is you should be very timely delivery करना चाहिए. And third is always the price. Now for all this, for innovation, for quality delivery and the price what you are going to quote, ये सब चीज के लिए बहुत जरूरी है कि we should have some kind of a technology with us. We should have a financing system with us, so that we are able to take finance timely, adequate finance की हम बात करते हैं. It's not only finance, we are talking about timely and adequate finance. And technology हमारे पास हो, हमारे पास ऐसे source हो from where we can get technology, from where we can get machineries, upgraded machineries and technology, so that we are able to produce items or give services which is going to delight my customer. So technology की जब हम बात करते हैं, so Government of India, Ministry of MSME, we have a project division which can give you project reports and all and technology and all. Or if you want to, आपको अगर कोई innovation venture है, आपको you want to support, you can always get yourself registered with the Startup Odisha. There is a scheme from the Government of Odisha. There is a scheme from DPIT, that is Startup India. वहाँ पे भी you can get yourself registered to get some monetary benefit and other supports. और उसके अलावा there are various sites are there for food technology, CFTRIs for food, for leather. There are different institutions are there from where you can get technologies and where you can, CSI here है, IMT है Odisha में, you have IMT which is at Chandrasekharpur, you can get technologies and all. Now once you get a technology, or अब आपने मन बना ली कि why you want to start a business, I have technology. Now the second thing is how to get a finance. Because I belong to MSME, theoretical मुझे उतनी ज़्यादा चीजें पता नहीं है, practically चीजें I'll tell you. There are 3-4 places where you can get, and why I'm saying this, because I see a lot of young mass here, young मतलब PhD holders going to be doctorate, और हमारे engineering students say I want you people to be entrepreneur, I want you to be businessman, और आप जब business करेंगे तो ये सब चीजें जो आप पढ़ रहे हैं आज आगे, ये आपको बहुत फायदे देगी. Finance की बात करते हैं, there are very small schemes out there which is called as Mudra, which a loan you can get up to 10 lakh rupees. It's very small, very small. अगर आपको लेना है small loan, you can go for Mudra. Then comes a PMAGP, Prime Minister Employment Generation Program, which has been run by Government of India. KVIC, Khadi Visual Industry Commission, is the nodal agency for it. And where you get a loan of 20 lakh rupees, 20 lakhs loan for a project, service projects. And if you are into manufacturing, you can apply of a project of up to 50 lakh rupees. And the beauty of the scheme is that there is a subsidy component attached to it. For women, SC, ST, physically handicapped, ex-servicemen in the rural areas, you get 35% subsidy. Urban area, you get 25% subsidy. And for general, in the rural areas, you get 25% subsidy. And in the urban area, you get 15% subsidy. So you can imagine with a project of 50 lakh rupees, if you are able to get 35% or 25% subsidy, कितना आपको फायदा मिलता है? See, ultimately, ये सब चीजें कहाँ फायदा होती है? Because we want to reduce our price also. प्राइस कैसे कम करेंगे? जब लागत कम लगेगा. लागत कम लगेगा जब हमको इस टाइप के सपोर्ट भी भारत सरकार की तरफ से दी जाएगी. So PMAGP for services 20 lakhs and manufacturing for 50 lakhs. Suppose for women you want more than that. A woman entrepreneur but who doesn't want a subsidy can go up to for Stand Up India schemes, where loan of up to 1 crore is been given, but there's no subsidy component attached to it. So up to 1 crore you can go for Stand Up India. Then comes, suppose I have a bigger project, and also I don't have that much of capacity or capabilities to give a बंधक, जो हम लोग बोलते हैं बंधक, जो बोलते हैं ना हम लोग, क्या बोलते हैं इंग्लिश में? Collateral. So if you don't have a collateral, so what you can do is you can go for CGTMS scheme, Credit Guarantee Trust for Micro Small Enterprises, wherein a loan of up to 10 crores you can get in without any collateral security. So finance care, there is a number of schemes are there from Government of India where you can go for finance. Finance भी हो गया. फिर हम चाहिए सब, the best problems of today's is marketing. So again, government has given you various platforms are there, like a government marketplace is there. Then you have audience ONDC platform है आपके पास, जहां पे आप अपने प्रोडक्ट को लोड मतलब ये कर सकते हैं, मार्केट कर सकते हैं. और NSIC नेशनल स्मॉल इंडस्ट्री कॉर्पोरेशन के भी एक पोर्टल है where you can have that marketing support. And my ministry also gives subsidy for participation in the trade fairs across pan India, और आप 2 बार पार्टिसिपेट कर सकते हैं. मैं इसीलिए ये सब चीजें आपको बता रहा हूं, बिकॉज अगर आपके मन में है, आप यहाँ पे PhD स्टूडेंट हैं, और अगर या फिर आप इंजीनियरिंग कर रहे हैं या फिर फाइनली स्टूडेंट्स हैं, मन में ऑलवेज ये होना चाहिए कि ठीक है, आई डू जॉब, इफ आई गेट जॉब आई शुड गो फॉर इट. पर जॉब करने के बाद तो ग्रोथ है, नौकरी में जो ग्रोथ है, इट्स नॉट टू दैट लेवल जो हमारे एंटरप्रेन्योरशिप में है, अपना खुद का बिजनेस. मैं फ्रेंड्स आपको बता रहा हूँ, एक मोबाइल से घर पे भी यू कैन हैव अ बिजनेस. बट ध्यान रखिएगा, मैंने पहले जैसे बोला, जो भी बिजनेस करेंगे थोड़ी हटके करें. जो भी काम हटके करोगे ना, वे आपको सफलता पक्का वहां पे मिलेगी. सो विद दिस आई थिंक आप सभी को मैं फिर से बहुत, मेरी ऑफिस कटक में है. माय ऑफिसर मिस्टर जगदीश शाह इज ऑलवेज देयर, एंड माय ऑफिस इज कटक. वी हैव अ ब्रांच ऑफिस एट रायगढ़ एंड राउरकेला. आप लोग आइए, सामने आइए, बिकॉज आज का तो 2 दिन का सेशन है, ये आपको मतलब बहुत अच्छी चीजें इनपुट्स देंगी. और मैं बिफोर आई एंड आई जस्ट गिव यू वन स्मॉल स्टोरी टू टेल यू व्हाट इज द स्ट्रेंथ ऑफ एन MSME. और हमारे जो हम नौकरी करते हैं और हम जो MSME बनाते हैं, MSME जो लोग हैं, उनकी क्या डिफरेंस है. और MSME भारत सरकार की बोन, मतलब हमारी जो इंडियन इकोनॉमी की इट्स अ बैकबोन. इट कंट्रीब्यूट्स 30% ऑफ GDP, 45% ऑफ एक्सपोर्ट and 40% of manufacturing output में हमारा MSME का होता है. So before I end, because बोलने को मुझे बहुत मन है, लेकिन because my health is not allowing, so मैं आपको एक small story बताऊंगा. And सर, उड़ीसा का स्टोरी है, कटक का स्टोरी है, हमारे MSME का. I have there was a trainee of we do also training programs and conferences and seminar, skill development training program हम लोग कराते हैं. And there was one person, I think he was 2007 की बात होगी. I will not name them, but आप कभी आइए तो मैं मुझे मिलाऊंगा आपको. He has taken entrepreneurship skill development training program of 1.5 months, which was free of cost, and he started a business of printing, जो हम बात करते हैं, printing of leaflets, printing of banners, and स्टेशनरी सप्लाई करने की बात करते हैं. उसने बंदे ने हमारी शुरू करी. मैं 2007 की बात कर रहा हूँ. एंड उसके बाद एंड उसके पास उसकी भी मशीनें नहीं थी. He didn't that and that kind of a capacity or capability of the machine. What he was doing is he was just taking our orders from office and all, and he was just बना के कहीं से ले देता था. बीच की जो सर्विस चार्ज होती है आपकी, वो सर्विस चार्ज से उसका चलता था. तो स्लोली बंदे ने एक मशीन खरीदी, 2 मशीन खरीदी. उसके बाद व्हाट ही स्टार्टेड हिमसेल्फ डूइंग विद दैट प्रिंटिंग एंड ऑल. उसकी प्रिंटिंग की अच्छी शॉप है कटक में ही, तो उसने प्रिंटिंग का काम शुरू किया. मैं 2010 पहुंच गया मैं. एंड देन आई थिंक आई वाज 2010 में, हाँ 2010 में उसने अपने ये सब काम शुरू कर दी. एंड 2012 में आई गॉट ट्रांसफर्ड फ्रॉम उड़ीसा. दिस इज माय सेकंड टेन्यूर इन उड़ीसा. अर्लियर आई वाज इन फ्रॉम 2005 टू 2012 में उड़ीसा में था. फिर मेरा ट्रांसफर हो गया और मैं यहाँ से बिहार चला गया ट्रांसफर. And he called me. This is a real life story. He called me, अपना प्रिंटिंग दुनिया वाला. He told me कि सर मैं वहां पे जाने के बाद 3-4 साल के बाद 2015 में उसका फोन आया कि सर आई वांट टू बाई अ कार. मैं ऑटो इंडिया थोड़ा सा पढ़ता हूँ, मेरी शौक है टाइम पास के लिए, और आप बोलिए मेरी हॉबी है थोड़ी सी कारों के बारे में जानना, मोटरसाइकिलों के बारे में थोड़ा सा मैं पढ़ता हूँ जब भी मुझे लेजर टाइम मिलता है. तो he said कि सर आई वांट टू परचेज अ कार. I said, Karthik, it's very good that you want to purchase a car. And सर मेरी 5-6 साल की बिजनेस हो गई है और मैं चाहता हूँ कि एक कार खरीदूं, तो आप कोई सजेस्ट कीजिए बिकॉज थोड़ा आपसे नॉलेज है. अब देखिए हमारी है, हम लोग ब्यूरोक्रेट ही हैं, और हमसे कोई पूछेगा तो हम तो सबसे पहले सोचेंगे मेरे पास क्या है. तो मेरे पास i10 थी. तो आई स्टार्टेड कि मैंने बोला यार i10 है और बंदे 5 साल का बिजनेस है और मेरे सामने ही छोटा से बड़ा हो रहा है. मैंने बोला तुम ऑल्टो खरीद लो. तो ही सेड कि सर ऑल्टो इज लिटिल बिट लेस, तो मैं थोड़ा सा आई वांट टू बेटर वन. देन आई सेड कि यार ऑल्टो भी ठीक है. देन आई सेड वैगन आर, बिकॉज सर मेरे पास बेलोनो थी. मैंने बोला बेलोनो तो नहीं पहुंचने दूंगा मैं. सो आई सेड यू परचेज अ वैगन आर. बोला नहीं सर वैगन आर नहीं है, मुझे थोड़ी सी और गाड़ी चाहिए विद लिटिल बिट्स ऑन अपग्रेडेड वर्जन. मतलब तो मैंने बोला हिंदाई की सर. मैंने बोला i10 ले लो, आइनोस ले लो, i10 नियोस ले लो. सर बोला तो फिर मेरे को लगा नहीं यार ये है. तो अल्टीमेटली व्हाट ही परचेज वाज क्रेटा. और जब मैं उड़ीसा वापस ट्रांसफर होके आया तो ही सेड कि सर आई हैव परचेज क्रेटा. पहले तो लगा दुख, लेकिन बाद में लगा खुशी कि देखो ये बंदा ओवरऑल मतलब 10 साल में ये बंदा कहाँ पे साइकिल में घूमता था बंदा, और अभी ही इज इनटू क्रेटा. फ्रेंड्स आज के दिन में मंचेश्वर में उसने अराउंड 20,000 स्क्वायर फीट का जमीन लिया है. एंड आई थिंक ही विल कॉल मी इन इनॉग्रेशन आल्सो. और कम से कम 7 to 8 करोड़ की मशीनरी वो बंदा लगा रहा है. इनॉग्रेशन आपके शायद अप्रैल या मई में हो जाएगी. और एज ऑन डेट कम से कम उसके पास 2 फ्लैट्स हैं. और गाड़ी तो मैं पूछता ही नहीं, क्योंकि अभी भी मैं बेलानो में ही हूं. So you can imagine friends, MSME ऐसा सेक्टर है कि if you really start and working hard, और आप थोड़ी सी स्लॉग करें, क्योंकि जितना मेहनत करोगे उतना आपको मिलेगा. आपने 10 साल भी मेहनत कर लिया ना, और थोड़ी सी अगर आप इनोवेशन या इनोवेटिव प्रोडक्ट्स के बारे में थोड़ा सा ध्यान रखते हुए, प्रोडक्ट की क्वालिटी और सर्विसेज को ध्यान में रखते हुए, डिलीवरी को ध्यान में रखते हुए अगर आप कर लियो ना 10 साल मेहनत, आपको पीछे मुड़ के देखने की जरूरत नहीं पड़ेगी. Then sky is the limit. And I have seen in Odisha 99 जब आपका जो हुआ था, वो आया था, साइक्लोन आया था. हमारे जो कौन से हैं स्पाइसेस वाले, सरसाओ का क्या यूनिट है अपना, रुचि मसाला टोटल 2 रूम में था, पूरा डिस्ट्रॉयड. उस बंदे को देखो आप, भारत मसाला आज से 30 इयर्स पहले 75 इयर्स का बुजुर्ग आदमी साइकिल पे और रिक्शे पे आपको बेचता था स्पाइसेस वो. Now see, Panda Babu ka turnover is more than 800 crores. So we have seen people grow. It's not like hypothetically I'm saying. We have seen people grow. Friends, I think इतना ही मैं आप लोगों को बताना चाहता था कि आप जो भी करें मन लगा के करें और खुशी से करें. सबसे अधिक इम्पोर्टेंट ये होता है कि कोई चीज़ फोर्सफुली अगर हमें पढ़ाई जाती है और कोई चीज़ फोर्सफुली हमसे कराया जाता है तो हम नहीं करते, और लॉन्ग रन में ये बहुत बहुत कष्टदायक है. सो आपकी जो पैशन है, आपकी जो लाइकिंग्स हैं, उसको ध्यान में रखते हुए जो भी आप अब स्टेप लेंगे, आई थिंक कभी कभी दिल की भी सुननी चाहिए आपको. तो आप दिल की भी सुने, बट वॉट एवर यू डू You should be sincere. And anybody needs MSME support or, any kind of a support to start his venture, we are always there. जैसे राज साहब ने बताया, मेरा ऑफिस कटक में है, कॉलेज स्क्वायर में है. You are most welcome to visit and have a discussion. With this, भगवान जगन्नाथ जी से मैं प्रार्थना करूंगा आप सभी के उज्जवल भविष्य के लिए, और मैं आप सभी का आभारी हूं, हमारे मंच में उपस्थित हमारे जितने भी गेस्ट हैं, और आप सभी का मैं बहुत बहुत आभार प्रकट करता हूं कि आप लोगों ने मुझे यहाँ बुलाया और मुझे बोलने का मौका दिया. बहुत बहुत धन्यवाद.
Thank you, Shri Gupta, for that inspiring and thought-provoking address. Your insights on sustainable entrepreneurship and MSME development will certainly guide and motivate all of us. Ladies and gentlemen, we have now reached a significant milestone of this conference. I would like to request all our esteemed dignitaries to kindly come forward for the unveiling of the ICSB 2026 conference proceedings, a compilation of groundbreaking research and scholarly contribution that will shape the discourse of the sustainable business practices. May I request our dignitaries to please grace the stage. Do the honors. Thank you very much. This moment marks the culmination of months of rigorous research, collaboration, and intellectual pursuit. Congratulations to all the contributors. Innovation lies at the heart of sustainable business, and today we celebrate some brilliant minds who have demonstrated exactly that. It is now time to announce and felicitate the winners of Hackathon. I would like to request our chief guest, Engineer P.K. Gupta, to kindly come forward and felicitate our Hackathon winners. May I request all the winners, as I call upon their names, to please come forward and receive their prizes. We'll start with the third group, which is Group 4, Agrify. Saubhagya Ranjan Mahanti, Shrabani Behuria, Smruti Behera, Soumya Ranjan Subudhi, and Savan Kumar Parida to please come forward and take your prizes. Saubhagya Ranjan Mahanti, Shrabani Behuria, Smruti Behera, Soumya Ranjan Subudhi, Savan Kumar Parida. Congratulations, winners. On the second position, we have Group 6, Control All Delete, Haraprasad Hota, Ashutosh Panigrahi, Kajal Rani Sahu, Swadhin Kumar Behera, Subhendu Samal, Simran Senapati. Okay. I now request our respected Vice Chancellor, Professor Amya Kumar Ratha, to please come forward and present the award to the first round winners. So, on the first position, we have Group 3 Sustainable Minds. Please welcome them with a huge round of applause. Pralipta Panda, Lopamudra Sahu, Monali Mohanty, Pragati Priyadarshini Nayak. Congratulations to all the winners. Your innovative solution reflects the spirit of this conference: creativity, sustainability, and impact. A huge round of applause for our talented participants. As a token of our gratitude and respect, we would now like to felicitate our distinguished guests. I now request our respected Vice Chancellor, Professor Amya Kumar Ratha, to kindly come forward and felicitate our General Chair, Professor Satya Swarup Debashish, with a memento. I request our respected Vice Chancellor, Professor Amya Kumar Ratha, to kindly come forward and felicitate our General Chair, Professor Satya Swarup Debashish, with a memento. I now request Professor Ratha to felicitate our esteemed Chief Guest, Engineer P.K. Gupta, with a memento as a token of our gratitude and respect. And now, as we draw the inaugural session to a close, it is time to express our heartfelt gratitude to everyone who has made this conference possible. It is my privilege to invite our co-convener, Dr. Bamadev Batra, to deliver the vote of thanks.
Thank you, Shafia. Good morning, everyone. Respected dignitaries on the dais, distinguished guests, eminent academicians, esteemed speakers, and dear participants. It is my proud privilege to propose the vote of thanks for the inaugural session of the Second International Conference on Sustainable Business, Innovation, Inclusion, and Impact, ICSB 2026. I begin by expressing my sincere gratitude to our esteemed chief guest, Engineer P.K. Gupta, Director, MSME DFO CUTTACK, for joining us today and sharing such insightful and inspiring thoughts. Sir, your words have truly set a meaningful direction for this conference. I extend my heartfelt gratitude to our patron, Professor Amiya Kumar Rath, Honorable Vice Chancellor, Biju Patnaik University of Technology, Rourkela, for its constant encouragement and inspiring address. Sir, thank you for your visionary guidance and for continually encouraging us to strive for excellence. I would like to express my deep appreciation to our General Chair, Dr. Satyaswarup Devashish, Professor, Department of Business Administration, Utkal University, for his intellectual leadership and commitment. Sir, thank you for your wisdom and untiring support in shaping this conference. I convey my sincere thanks to our organizing chairs, Professor Manas Ranjan Kabat, Principal IMIT Cuttack, and Professor Deepak Kumar Sahu, Principal CIME Bhubaneswar, for their constant support, commitment, and tireless efforts in bringing this conference to reality. I place on record my sincere appreciation to our program chair, Dr. Chandrakant Sahu, for his academic guidance and for ensuring the quality and structure of this conference. I extend my gratitude to our convener, Dr. Swati Misra, for her meticulous planning and dedicated efforts in successfully organizing this event. I express my heartfelt thanks to all the esteemed speakers and participants for their valuable presence and for being a part of this significant academic gathering. I would also like to acknowledge the support of the faculty members for their cooperation and dedication in making this event successful. A special word of appreciation to all the volunteers and support staff for their sincere efforts and for ensuring that everything runs smoothly. Finally, we are also grateful to the members of the media for present here and for support of their for support to convey our this conference message of this conference to the wider audience. As I move forward, I'm confident that this conference will spark insightful discussions, inspire innovative ideas, and foster collaborations that extend far beyond these 2 days. As rightly said, ideas grow when they are shared, and impact is created when they are acted upon. I hope ICSB 2026 will be a platform where ideas will not emerge, but evolve into meaningful impact. With this, I conclude my vote of thanks. Thank you all. I request all the participants to come forward and take a photo session with the distinguished guests. Please join us for photo. Sir, please.
All students, please come. First,
Some of you will
please
need to sit down. आगे बढ़ो.
boys, please kneel down, these are boys.
Kids, you remember school days? Kneel down a bit.
Please kneel down.
आगे बढ़ो.
This is first row, first row.
बस नीचे बैठ कर दो. नीचे बैठ कर दो. हाँ? उससे पता आपको असुविधा होगी.
Please make it fast.
Quick guys,
Please.
you're keeping everyone waiting here. Hey, come here. Why this?
Good afternoon, everyone. So now we will start our keynote session. So for that, I would like to request Lopamutra Sahu to give our keynote session introduction.
Good morning, one and all present here. I, Lopamudra Sahu, welcome you to the keynote session of the ICSB 2026. I would like to request Dr. Manit Mishra to take the chair on the dais. Dr. Manit Mishra is Professor Marketing and Dean at IMI Bhubaneswar. He is a recipient of the prestigious AIMS ICFI Best Teacher Award conferred by the Association of Indian Management Schools. And alumnus of Utkal University Bhubaneswar, his teaching portfolio includes marketing analytics, marketing research, and consumer behavior. His areas of research interest are marketing modeling and the application of statistical and machine learning techniques to structured and unstructured marketing. Professor Mishra has published 10 research papers in ABDC A category journals and has a total of 39 Scopus indexed publications. He serves as associate editor of the journal Global Business Review, ABDC B, has received research funding from AICT, ICSSR, and AIMS, and is empaneled examiner for the University of Strathclyde, Scotland. Sir, please.
All right. Okay. You have to press this. I have to face this side, yeah. Yes. Acha. Can you take a few photographs during the session? Okay. Khali eta press kar le. This would open, है ना? Anytime. This side. Huh? This side. Okay. Down. Okay. Right. Got it. Okay. Right. Good morning, everyone. Esteemed professors present here, research scholars, delegates, and students. So in a research conference, there are multiple stakeholders, and my keynote talk would take care of all these three aspects: the practitioner's perspective, the researcher's perspective, and the student's perspective. Right? So at the outset, I must appreciate the organizers for having chosen this topic and articulated it in a very holistic manner. So when you put it like this, sustainable business, innovation, inclusion, and impact. Now, sustainable business and innovation are inherently connected. They are aligned with each other. You can't think of a business to be sustainable without innovation. Now, think about it like this. For example, when you visualize the solar system, how do you visualize the solar system? You visualize sun at the middle and then all the planets revolving around it on a plane. But is that really the truth? Right? Scientific developments have told us that the galaxy and the sun is moving. It is not stagnant. It is not stationary. And at the same time, all the planets are revolving around it. So the revolution of the planets around the sun is not a plane. It's a moving platform with the sun moving, and alongside it, around it, the planets are revolving. Sustainability does not mean stagnation. similarly. Sustainability means evolution, keeping pace, because change is the only thing which is inevitable, change is the only thing which is constant, and therefore, for a business to be sustainable, it has to evolve. And for that evolution to take place, the most important paradigm, the most important thing is innovation. I'll again go back to one of our management gurus, Peter Drucker, and he very, very eloquently he put it that for a business to survive, there are two most important functionalities. These two functionalities are the revenue generating functionalities. Rest everything in an organization is cost. And these two functions are one, marketing, and two, innovation. So when the organizers of the conference put it like this, I mean, it is not devoid of a base. It has a precedence. It has a has a basis in the extant research, in the existing research. And of course, what Peter Drucker is not the only one to say this, to suggest this. If we go to, for example, Vijay Govindarajan, the professor who is known for sustainable innovation, strategic innovation, and he said, strategy is innovation because strategy is important for survival, and you can't survive without innovation. And therefore, strategy itself is defined as innovation. You can't have a strategy without innovation. And if you see this, for example, across companies, across the time horizons, you will find that businesses have survived, have sustained themselves only when they have innovated. The next thing which, kudos to the organizers of the conference, they have taken it beyond innovation. Innovation by itself is not important. Innovation has to be inclusive. It has to involve everybody. It has to benefit. And it has to have an impact. Impact on whom? Impact on the company. Profit is not a dirty word. A company has to earn profit. Impact on the company and impact on the community, because a business exists within a society, within a community. It has to, give and take from the community or the society. So from that context, of course, kudos to the organizers for the conference for eloquently, articulately putting it: sustainable business innovation, inclusion, innovation, inclusion, and impact, which is a very holistic perspective to analyze. Now, how do I take it forward? As I said, I'll delve into three different stakeholders: the practitioners, the corporate perspective, the research perspective. What do you deal with? What do you analyze? What do you delve upon during the conference and beyond? And the third is the student perspective. From a student perspective, let me assure you right at the outset that I'll go into 5 different examples of innovation, just 5. So you would have to bear with me, and therefore you can know that when I finished with the first example, 20% of the speech is over. When I finish with the second example, 40% of the speech is over. So that is from a student's perspective, and you can count your steps to the 100% of the speech. Let me go into the corporate perspective. From a corporate perspective, when it comes to innovation, there are 2 prominent business models, innovation models. One is called as the Google model, and the second one is called as the Apple model. Now, we have experienced it, we have practiced it, we have seen it. Now, what is Google model? Google model is the approach to innovation is bottom up. What does that mean? Google innovates through participation, through crowdsourcing, through data, through experimentation. Whereas they launch a product, they let you experience it. Now, for example, think about how many Google products you enjoy. When I do this marketing analytics class, for example, I do it on Google Colab, which is freely available. I do it using Gemini, artificial intelligence. Now, what they have done is Google Colab is integrated with Gemini. So students don't have to do the coding. The coding is done by the Gemini. The entire analysis is done. It is presented on the Google Colab platform. I don't have to download the softwares. I don't have to download the Python packages because the Python packages pre-exist on Google Colab. So Google is providing me with Colab, Python, Gemini, everything free of cost. Why is it doing so? Experimentation. Because when I use it, they get the data. When my class of 100 students uses it, they get data from 100 students about it. and they use it to improve. So the Google model of innovation is bottom up. It is based on experimentation. It is based on data. Exactly opposite is the Apple model. The Apple model is top down. It is based on innovation through intuition. Steve Jobs is known for it. Steve Jobs was asked this question: what kind of market research did you do before launching iPhone, for example? And the classic Steve Jobs response was, it is not for the consumer to tell me what the consumer needs. It is for me to find out what the consumer needs. Right? So the entire product development was through intuition, was top down. This is what is the next generation. This is what the consumer wants. But somewhere, most of the organizations don't go either with the Google model or the Apple model. It is something in between. A bit of Google, a bit of Apple, and most of the organizations adopt it. So a mixture, a synergistic combination of Google model plus Apple model is what the industry mostly practices as far as innovation is concerned. But these are the paradigms. These are the fundamental paradigms of innovation in the industry. Let me go to the second part now. And this is what the researchers can delve into and the researchers can explore, not just during this conference, but beyond this conference also. There are three major types of innovations that we talk about: frugal innovation, reverse innovation, and open innovation. And all three are connected, right? Do they contribute? And one of the ways to look at this is in a linear format, in a linear fashion, frugal contributing to reverse, contributing to open innovation. What is frugal innovation? And I'll go into examples related to all these innovations. What is frugal innovation? Particularly, rampant in the developing economies where the resources are few, resources are limited. To put it in a very simple manner, frugal innovation is when you create more out of less, because you don't have resources. You don't have many, sources. And therefore, whatever limited resources you have, you use it to create something. And there are a lot of examples of frugal innovation, for example, right, which have taken place. Tata Nano is the best possible example of frugal innovation. They did not initially decided, Ratan Tata or the Tata Group company never decided that, no, we are going to create a car of 1 lakh rupees. In Ratan Tata's own words, he was responding to queries from the press. And they said, we are going to create a vehicle which is for an average common people. We are going to create a people's car. And Ratan Tata says that next day when I woke up, I found out that, one of the during the press conference, one of the reporters asked him, what would be the price of this car? And he said, maybe around 1 lakh rupees we'll try to make it. Next day, Ratan Tata himself says that next day when I woke up and I picked up a newspaper out, I found out somewhere in the headline it was written, Ratan Tata says they are going to build a car for 1 lakh rupees. Then he said, we took it as a challenge. Why not create a car of 1 lakh rupees? And they worked backward. Frugal innovations. And only Tata could have done it because of their possibility, because of the resources they had for backward integration. Tata Steel was there, for example. Right? So frugal innovation is where, from an Indian perspective, this is the most important thing. Creating more out of less. Creating resources, utilizing your meager resources in order to build something new. One of the examples, for example, of frugal innovation is creating the ECG machine by the GE. GE's machines are very expensive. Not every Indian hospital can afford it. And they created a portable ECG machine which somebody can carry on the back and go to the remotest of village and put it on the patient over there and try to find out the condition of the patient. Frugal innovation, when it is created in a developing economy, it doesn't stay there. It scales up. For scaling up to be done, the reverse innovation has to follow. What do we mean by reverse innovation? When the innovation moves from a developing economy to the developed economy. I gave you the example of the ECG machine of GE. It was created in India. It was a perfect example of frugal innovation. Did it forever stay in India? No. It moved to US. Now somebody might ask, why does a developed economy need a low-cost portable ECG machine? The situations vary. In USA, the roads are very good. The Vehicles travel at a great speed. There are possibilities of accidents. And when an accident happens, when the nearest support system ambulances reach there, they cannot carry a big ECG machine. But a portable ECG machine, they can always carry and reach right at the spot where the accident has happened. So in India, it was utilized in a different context to reach out to the remotest of village. In USA, the same innovation was utilized in a different context to reach the place of accident in case of various towns and cities in USA. So reverse innovation will scale it up, will bring in more money, followed by open innovation. Now this is critical. Many of the companies, in fact, previously thought that open innovation is not good. Open innovation means innovation through collaboration. And companies believed, a lot of companies believed that let us try to keep our innovation confined within the four walls. The very concept of open innovation came because Xerox refused to share its innovations. So Xerox had a research R&D center, which they called as Palo Alto Research Center, PARC. I mean, you won't believe it when I tell you that Xerox was the first company to create a mouse, a computer mouse. Xerox was the first company to create a graphic user interface software, which later on was capitalized by Windows, by Microsoft, and it went far ahead. Why did Xerox fail? They created it. They did not market it. Why not? Because they were doing closed innovation. Had they collaborated, had they kept it open, it would have evolved. So when you talk about open innovation, innovation multiplies, grows through collaboration. Think about Wikipedia. Think about Python, for example. Why do you think Python is the most sought after software for analytics, for any kind of an analysis? Because everybody can contribute. Because crowdsourcing can take place. And through crowdsourcing, through contributions, it keeps growing exponentially, which is not possible when you keep it a closed innovation. So innovation, and that is where my request to all the academicians, researchers who are here, who want to analyze, that please think about the linkages between these three types of innovations, not just here. This is a good research opportunity for you, both in terms of case research and also in terms of empirical research. Try to figure out what is the relationship. I've just given you a model. Try to figure out, does this model work? Try to figure out what are the cases, what are the case studies within frugal, reverse, open, and are there cases where all three are taking place? So I have given you some food for thought. I'm sure you'll take it into this conference and beyond this conference. Now let me start with the student perspectives. Okay. Can you help me just check it out? Next slide. If you can just go to the next slide. Next slide, just change the next slide, no problem. Yeah, okay. So as I promised to you, dear students, I'll just go with 5 examples. So when the first example is over, you would know that 20% of my speech is over. Right. What are we talking about here? Nirma, 1969. Who was the creator? Who was the originator, founder? Any of the students know the name? Karsanbhai Patel. Right. Now, what did Karsanbhai Patel do? Karsanbhai Patel was a chemist by profession, worked in one of the laboratories of government of Gujarat. And what did he contribute? What was the innovation? At that time in 1969-70, when surf was being sold at around 13 rupees per kg, Karsanbhai Patel found out that there is a consumer requirement. Remember what was discussed during the previous session about marketing, about consumer requirement being an essential aspect of it, essential component of it. Karsanbhai Patel found out that there is a tremendous market, untapped market, because the detergent that was available at 13 rupees per kg, which was in 1970 beyond the reach of most Indians. And most Indians did not wear the quality of cloth that required the cloth that required such a good quality detergent. There was a gap, there was a lacuna there, which he capitalized upon. And how did he do it? He started off by selling Nirma on cycle. Every day on the way to the office, he would give it to the shopkeepers, and thereafter, on the way back, he would take back whatever is left unsold. That is how he started. But look at the innovation. Look at what did he found out? Very, at that time when surf was available at 13 rupees per kg, he was able to sell this product for 3 rupees 50 paise per kg. And most Indians latched onto it. And by 1980, Nirma had a 60% market share of detergents, right? Until, of course, HUL, as it was known then as HLL, tried to come back by launching a brand called as Sunlight first, and thereafter, later on, of course, there was Ghadi, which took on, Nirma. So, but initially, Karsanbhai Patel was able to determine, find a market, and create a product in innovation, which in a way, contributed to the growth of not just the FMCG products, not just the detergent market, but also making sure, as a pioneer, making sure that detergent as a product reaches to the ordinary Indian households. Right? Let's take another one. This was, in fact, my first encounter with innovation. As a young student, I saw this. I did my schooling and graduation in UP, and at that time, I encountered this device, right? What we popularly known as Jugaad. And at that point of time, it used to run in rural UP. Now you can see what is it made up of. It can, of course, carry a bullock, and it is made up of different parts brought in together as a Jugaad, fitted in somehow in a very, of course, Jugaad has a negative meaning also in terms of trying to fix things. But here in this case, the fixation was positive. It resulted in a positive output. What was the most interesting part of it? Jugaad is still working, in fact. Jugaad is, in fact, now further innovating, evolving. But in its original state, Jugaad, if you see this, what do you see in the front? How is it being driven? What kind of an engine do you see? Yeah? Generator. Right? Generator, or more conventionally, this is a water pump. So when they started off with Jugaad, they used a water pump which was used in fields, खेत में जिसको use करते हैं, picked up the water pump, made an engine out of the water pump, put a steering to it, and put a cart behind it, and they have created a vehicle which they called as Jugaad. And it has gone, the communication has been studied all the way up to Harvard. And even today, these Jugaads are available in rural UP, Madhya Pradesh, Punjab, Haryana for about 60,000 rupees. They are not very luxurious. They are not very comfortable, of course. They have the worst possible braking system, brakes, and that is why they are risky. But nevertheless, they are working on rural UP roads. And it's a classic case of innovation, or rural innovation, or more specifically of frugal innovation. What we, in Hindi, the term that we use is Jugaad, for example. From a made-up vehicle to a classic, well-designed, very thorough vehicle, ACE. The man behind ACE was a person named as Girish Waghe. When he initially floated the idea that let's go for a sub 1-ton vehicle for commercial markets, everybody in Tata Motors was opposed to it, because they wanted Tata Motors to build a vehicle which is of 5 ton and above, because that is where they felt profit was there, right? But Girish Waghe, did a lot of market research, got a lot of market research inputs, and there were two critical inputs that they received. That the business community in India was in need of a vehicle, a transportation vehicle, which is suitable for last mile distribution. And you go to any of the rural or suburban cities, or even the old cities like CUTTACK, for example, there are narrow lanes and bylanes. The distributors needed a vehicle with a low turning radius, a vehicle which can turn around within the very limited space of gullies and deliver goods in the gullies. This was one insight that they took. And you would be surprised with the second insight that they generated out of market research. There is a difference between a consumer and a business user. For a consumer rarely buys a three-wheeler for personal consumption, personal uses. We buy a four-wheeler. We either buy a two-wheeler or buy a four-wheeler. Why don't we buy a three-wheeler? No, nobody has ever asked me, how did you come? By your two-wheeler, by your four-wheeler, or by your three-wheeler? Because nobody buys three-wheeler. Why not? Because we assume that four-wheeler is status. Two-wheeler has a lesser status, but the least status is that of a three-wheeler. This is true as far as consumer is concerned. But when Tata Motors did this research, they found out that even business users believe that three-wheeler is low status and a four-wheeler has a greater status than the three-wheeler. This was another point where they said, Tata Motors said, at that point of time, there was no sub 1 ton, Piaggio and all were there, but they were all three-wheeler sub 1 ton trucks. There was no four-wheeler sub 1 ton truck available. But everybody opposed Girish Wagh. Finally, Girish Wagh was left with no choice. He sought an appointment with Ratan Tata. Ratan Tata gave an appointment of 10 minutes. And then he presented the case for ACE. And that 10-minute meeting with Ratan Tata extended to a 1-hour meeting with him, wherein Ratan Tata asked numerous questions, and at the end of it, Ratan Tata gave it a go-ahead. He found the idea to be profitable, to be good, When Ratan Tata gives a go-ahead, of course, who can say no to it? That's another, for students, that's another bit of a knowledge bit, how to manage your boss. Because you would always find there would be people who would be contradicting your opinions. But if you have a boss who supports you, naturally you will get a go-ahead. So this is where ACE came in. And of course, when ACE was launched, rest is, as they say, history. One of the largest selling commercial vehicles, a known brand, that is ACE. Mitticool, I'm sure you would have heard of it. This is your generation product, right? Built by a guy named Prajapati. And he created this because his business was affected as a result of the cyclone, the earthquake in Gujarat. And that is where Mitticool came out with. Even now, you can visit the website of Mitticool and find a lot of different products. But the most fascinating product is the refrigerator. A refrigerator which can work without electricity is available for about 8,000 rupees. And it is created innovation at its peak. And he has received a numerous number of awards for this particular product innovation that he has carried out. Any one of the students has seen this? Can you guess the product? This was the first advertisement by this company. And I'm very sure none of the students here is left untouched by this brand. Anyone wants to take a guess? Cafe Coffee Day, CCD. This is the first CCD advertisement that I'm showing you. It's available on YouTube. You can always search for it, play it out. This is the first advertisement by CCD. Why is CCD an innovation? Because the way CCD presented itself, right? CCD did not become a brand to be marketed. It became a platform which would help brands to be marketed. It did all the marketing at the cost of the brand. What did CCD give? For example, CCD tried to create, of course, in their own communication, they tried to create a home away from home, a third place after your home, your office, a third place. And then they went into that emotional narrative. A lot can happen over coffee. Right? But what did CCD do? The founder of CCD, VG Siddharth, strongly believed that the younger generation can't be wooed by television commercial advertisements. So they did not advertise. What they did was they provided a very positive experience. The positive customer experience contributed towards a positive word of mouth. The positive word of mouth pulled in brands which would like to advertise themselves on CCD, in CCD. Now, for example, CCD tied up with a channel called as Channel V. CCD tied up with a company called as TVS, and TVS would launch its products in CCD stores, for example. So rather than spending money on advertising, CCD did not become just a brand, it became a platform where other organizations can come and advertise. You are a very good marketeer if you have $1 million advertising budget, right, to spend on. But if you don't have an advertising budget and then you create a brand, that is what is true marketing. And that is exactly what CCD did here. So they created a brand not just out of communication, mass media communication, but purely out of service, purely out of word of mouth experiences. I think, yeah. So I said, I promised 5 examples. I've finished with 5 examples. So if in my perspective, when you think about it, as I said earlier, sustainable business, if you look at it, it by itself is an oxymoron, because nothing can be sustainable. So therefore, please don't mistake sustainable for stagnation. Sustainable means it would move on. But to continue having your relevance, you need to have a business which would keep innovating. Because through innovation, the business would remain sustainable. I hope this conference would be very productive to you. I'm grateful to the conference organizers for giving me this opportunity to speak on this platform and present my views. And I'm sure the researchers would take forward the model that I suggested and would try to come out with cases and empirical research on the model. Thank you so much for the opportunity. Can I take the seat over there? Or I need to sit over here?
I sincerely thank you, sir, for your exceptional presentation. Now I would like to request Professor Rabinarayan Suri, President ORSI Bhubaneswar, Odisha, to felicitate Dr. Manit Misra with a small memento as a token of gratitude and respect. Thank you, sir. Now, I would like to invite our next speaker, Dr. Tapas Ranjan Das. He is a seasoned academic and research advisor at CAMED Business School, Cambodia, with around 28 years of experience in teaching, research, and consultancy. He has led over 40 funded research projects and guided numerous doctoral and master students. He has edited notable books on global economy and COVID 19's impact and actively participates in international conferences worldwide. He also contributes to academic development as a national committee member, journal editor in chief, and editorial board members. He will be connected with us virtually.
Hello.
Thank you, sir, for your presentation. Your valuable perspectives and clarity have truly enriched this session. Thank you.
A very good afternoon, everyone. Distinguished guests, esteemed delegates, and dear colleagues. As we now conclude the keynote session enriched by the profound insights of our eminent speakers, we now transition to the next significant segment of our conference. It is my distinct pleasure to introduce our esteemed session chairs, whose experience, insight, and leadership will guide the discussions with depth and direction. Please join me in welcoming Dr. Prakash Chandra Das, Distinguished Associate Professor of IMIS Bhubaneswar. Dr. Prakash Chandra Das, a venerable luminary in the realm of marketing, has adorned the halls of academia with over 2 decades of distinguished and meritorious service, imparting wisdom across retail, strategic, and digital marketing alongside allied domains of management with rare sagacity. A committed academic and mentor, he continues to contribute significantly to management education through his teaching, research, and scholarly pursuits. We are truly honored to have you grace this occasion with your esteemed presence. Adding to this esteemed panel, we are honored to welcome Professor Padmalita Rautrai, Distinguished Professor of Business Administration at FM University, Odisha. Professor Padmalita Rautrai is a venerable scholar in strategic HRM and HRD and has distinguished herself through profound insight into human capital, imparting wisdom in ethics, entrepreneurship, strategic and performance management with notable acumen. Her research focuses on knowledge management, creativity, and innovation, offering valuable insights for industry and organizational growth. We consider it a true honor and a matter of pride to be graced by your esteemed occasion. With the esteemed session chairs formally in position, we shall proceed to the technical paper presentation session. Now, I invite our first presenter, Dr. Amita Panda, to kindly take the stage and present her scholarly work on an empirical analysis of intrinsic and extrinsic motivation, job satisfaction, and job performance, a mediation effect of employee retention in India, organized retail sector. I would also request all other paper presenters to submit their slides to the tech team.
How I will function? Touch with the screen. ମୁଁ ଫଙ୍କସନ୍ କରିପାରିବି ନା ତମେ ସେଠି I want to do. ଦେଖିଦିଅ started with. Downward. Okay. A very warm good afternoon to one and all present over here, the distinguished guest of the occasion. I am Dr. Amita Panda from GIFT Autonomous Bhubaneswar, standing before you today to present the empirical study on the intrinsic and extrinsic motivation, job satisfaction, and performance, a mediation role of employee retention in Indian organized retail sector. Why I have chosen this retail organization? Because if you can see the numbers, the employee turnover in this retail sector is very high as compared to banking or any manufacturing sector. So Indian retail sector is now in the third largest contributing organization. Our 10% of Indian GDP and 8% of employment is there in the current scenarios. And by the report of IBEF, the sector anticipated to rear over dollars 1.6 trillion by the 2030. But again, if you can see back in 2024, it was like a dollar 952 trillion. So going to the background of the study, so the Indian retail sector is one of the fast growing sector. As we know, it is dominating the like a traditional retail sectors. Despite the rapid growth, and sector has faced many employee turnover because of creating certain insights, problems or challenges. So to looking on these matters, we have chosen this topic. So what are the causes or reason behind it? So employee motivation is both intrinsic and extrinsic matters, which play a very vital role in the job satisfaction, which further influence the employee retention and performance. So, however, this study is limit and explore how motivation affect the job satisfaction and how employee retention mediate the relationship between the job satisfaction and performance in the Indian retail organization sector. So, moving to the next slide. So there I have done some literature review, and here the Fiden in 2015 has suggested the intrinsic motivation enhance the creativity and engagement in the workplace, while extrinsic motivation such as reward and the organization support improves the employee involvement and performance. Where same has said by Aldavas at 2025. So both the intrinsic and extrinsic motivation significantly influence the employee retention, is said by Sa and Asad in 2018. So the study exactly is saying the values of both the intrinsic and the extrinsic is highly impact on the job satisfaction and employee performance. So with the next slide, so further, we can see the employee retention is influenced by the motivation, reward, and career opportunity and work environment, said by Roy in 2015, where again it emphasized that motivation affect the retention through organizational support. So by having this literature review, I have found one conceptual model. Here it is I have represent that employee recognition is highly needed to give a better performance. While employee are working in the day and night, but again, the recognition, the importance, the value of an employee is really playing a vital role to doing the performance in the organization. So here you can see the factors of intrinsic motivation, where the career growth opportunity and employee recognition is going towards the job satisfaction, where the extrinsic motivation, the salary and the work environment where the employees are working, is again playing a vital role in the job satisfaction. So when the employee is satisfied, the employee will be perform. If the employee will be get satisfied, then the employee will be get retained in the organization. So there is a hypothesis what I have found in this literature review. The hypothesis one saying that the intrinsic motivation has positive impact on job satisfaction, where the extrinsic hypothesis two is saying that the extrinsic factor have a positive influence on the job satisfaction. And moving to forward, the hypothesis three is saying that The job satisfaction has a positive influence on the employee performance, and the hypothesis 4 is saying that the job satisfaction positively influence the employee retention. And the hypothesis 5 is saying that employee retention has a positive impact on the employee performance. And 6 is saying the employee retention is positively mediate job satisfaction and employee performance in the relationship. So this is the conceptual model of my study. So this is the resource gap, and this study is in the retail organization is very less as compared to banking and manufacturing. So the gaps what I have found here, most of the study has examined these variables independently with a limited focus on their integrated relationship, what I have focused here. And there is insufficient research on the mediating role of employee retention between the job satisfaction and employee performance. And many existing studies are conducted in sectors like, as I have said, the banking, construction, and manufacturing, with a limited focus on the Indian organized retail sector. And prior to research on the largely emphasize the general organizational context with the lacking of industry specific insights for the retail. So this is the gap what I have found. And the objective of my study is to examine the empirical relationship of the intrinsic and extrinsic motivation with the job satisfaction among the Indian organized industry employees, and to study the mediation effect of employee retention in between the job satisfaction and employee performance. So here I have taken both the primary and the secondary data, and with the close-ended questionnaire, and they have divided in the two section. One is the demographic, and second one is the job related various information what I have collected. And the total number of questionnaire is 375, where the distributed using the purposive sample techniques, and out of which 342 responses were received. After that, the cleaning of the data, 310 is the valid responses were retained for the analysis. And the methods using here are the descriptive research design, and the data analysis conducted using the SPSS 20 and the smart PLS SEM 4.0. So this is the data and the methods what I have used for. And this is the discussion of the today is the result. The result what I have got here, you can see the analysis revealed the several important findings regarding the relationship among the motivation, job satisfaction, and the employee retention and performance. So here, the intrinsic motivation, like for example, recognition and the career growth, showed a strong positive impact on job satisfaction, where you can see the beta value is 0.203 and the p value is less than 0.001. It means the error is very less. The extrinsic motivation, like the salary and the work environment, also had a significant positive effect on the job satisfaction, where you can see the beta value is 0.252 and the p value is less than 0.001, which is saying that the error value is less. The job satisfaction was found significantly influenced by the employee retention, where the beta value is 0.467 and the p value is 0.0 less than 0.001.
Sorry for the interruption.
Sure.
Please wind up your presentation because
Okay.
this time is.
Sure, sir. So I have only left with one slide. So the employee retention further had a positive impact on the employee performance, and a significant mediating effect on the employee retention was observed between the job satisfaction and employee performance. So all the proposed hypotheses what I have chosen from hypothesis 1 to 6 are accepted. So this is the contributions of my studies, and it integrates the motivation, job satisfaction, and retention, and the performance in a model which identifies the employee retention as a mediator and provide the empirical evidence for the Indian retail sector. And this is the conclusion of the study. So it's saying that I can conclude like that the both the intrinsic and the extrinsic motivation plays a significant role to enhancing the job satisfaction among the employees in the retail Indian retail sector. And higher the job satisfaction lead to improve the employee retention and performance. And it also found that the Employee Retention Act as a mediator, like a employee between the job satisfaction and between the job performance. And the overall studies highlights that the organization should focus on the motivating, satisfying, and retaining the employee for a better performance and for the more productivity. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Dr. Amita, for your nice presentation. I would like to add something here.
Sure,
Do you
sure.
have any theoretical, any theory behind this study?
Sir,
Is
I
there
have-
any theory behind this study? Have you included any theory behind this study?
Yes, sir.
Which theory? Can you tell?
Sir, I have gone through the motivational factors that again I have used.
Factors. I'm not talking about factors. I'm asking about theories. Is there in theory Husberg's theory?
Husberg's.
Yeah. Any other motivational theory? Have you
Yes, sir.
come
Yes, sir. Yes,
gone
sir.
through?
Yes, sir.
Thank you.
Thank you very much, sir.
Why you have taken purposive sampling?
Pardon, ma'am?
Why you have taken purposive sampling?
Ma'am, because I have a connect with the retail sectors. That's why I have taken this
No,
audience.
that is not the justification for your answer. This is your part of your PhD thesis?
Yes, ma'am.
You will be asked this question by the external examiner when your thesis will be evaluated, because in this case, purposive sampling is not the right choice. Even if you have taken the right sample, purposive sampling, you must justify why you have taken purposive sampling.
Sure, ma'am. I'll look into it. Thank you, ma'am. Oh, it's so hot.
Thank you, ma'am. Before I request the next presenters to come to the stage, I would like to request everyone to please stick to the 10 limit timeline. Now, I would like to invite our next presenters, Michael Fire-Tenkiano and Dr. Ananya Mitra, to present their paper on learning across borders, Guinea's mobile money reform through India's UPI lens.
This one.
Place the tab over there. You can
Okay. Can I start? Good morning, everyone. Good morning, respected member of jury. Good morning, dear participants. My name is Michael Fayatinkiano. I'm Guinean. I'm from Guinea, and I'm master student at Kids School of Economics and Finance. Imagine a world where to do a payment, you can do it in a few seconds. Yeah, in India, that is already possible thanks to UPI. But how about for Guinea? And I try to understand something in these things is how can Guinea improve his mobile money system by learning from India UPI? Can I go for next? Next, please. Thank you. In Guinea, there are different mobile service like Sutra Money, Orange Money, and PK. Their service help people to do transaction, to receive money from one person to another person, and receive money again from those countries. Among them, Orange Money is the most popular. And this because it's easy to use. It is, and Orange Money has many agents in city and in village. And people can send money, pay bill, recharge their phone with Orange Money. Also, people do not need to have a bank account to use Orange Money. And this help many people who do not have access to bank, like real area. However, there are still some problem, and many people do not understand how to use mobile money, how mobile money work. And for example, they do not know about transaction limit, do not know about fee, and how to stay safe from fraud. Because of these, many people do not trust mobile money. And on the other hand, we have UPI. UPI system is very popular in India, and people use it every time to do more big transaction and small transaction. This is because people trust on UPI, like in urban area, like also in rural area. Next, please. Like I thought that in Guinea, Orange Money is the most popular mobile service. It's used in city, both in city and it also used in rural area. People use it to send money, to pay bill, buy mobile credit, and receive money from other country. A big advantage of Orange Money is like you cannot need a bank account to use Orange Money. This is very helpful for many people. Other services like PayCar, Sutra Money are still growing, and there are many use for online payments, but Orange Money is still the main service dominant in Guinea. Next. Mobile money. Mobile money Guinea help many people and support financial inclusion. When we go for literature review, it highlight that mobile money help in Guinea help many people and support financial inclusion. However, there are still many challenges. First, many users do not have enough of knowledge to use mobile money. So, like when we go for Janda and Diallo, show that users do not fully understand how it works. Second, they're concerned about security and fraud. They are scared about fraud. And the third one, there are limit like transaction limit and extra change. You cannot do your more big transaction with Orange Money. Because of this problem, many people still prefer to use cash, especially in rural area, do not use mobile payment. In India, the situation is different, so different. UPI is widely used and trusted by more people. And according to CAN 2025, this is because users understand the system is better and there is strong support from the government. So based on this study, we can see that there are clear difference between Guinea and India in terms of trust, knowledge, and users. Next, please. In Guinea, cash is still dominant. People are using cash more than mobile service, and especially in rural area. One big problem is low trust on digital payments. There are also some key barriers. First, network problem make mobile money difficult to use it, and in some place like in rural area. And also, this is shown by Diana in its article. Second, many people do not understand mobile money well. Third, people are worried about security and fraud. Because of this problem, many people think cash is safer. Cash is better to use than mobile payment. In India, UPI is trusted and used by many people for small and large payments. This shown by many people who do their article in previous. In Guinea, mobile money is less trusted. So the main gap in trust, knowledge, and infrastructure, this is shown by Diallo, is article, and Janda in their article. Next, please. For our objective, the main goal for our objective here is to compare digital payment in India and in Guinea. First, the study look at the profile of users such as age, education, and income. It also check if people use mobile for payments. And second, the study look at people knowledge. And after that, third, the study look at aptitude and behavior. And finally, the study tried to find the main factor that help of block the use of digital payment. For our methodology, the first approach was the study used a quantitative approach. It is based on capped analysis like knowledge, aptitude, and practice. And to collect our data, data has been collected using a semi-sorted questionnaire. How we did? We did a questionnaire on Google Form and we sent it in Guinea, people to respond our questionnaire. And our questionnaire from Guinea people, Guinea respondent was in French. Data analysis method. We use descriptive statistic, chi-square test, Spearman correlation, principal component analysis. Reliability and validity. The study also check if the results are reliable and valid. Kobash alpha to test reliability, convergent and discriminant validity to test accuracy. And to compare our analysis in India and Guinea, the study used the main WITNET U test. And also, this test is good for Likert scale data because the data is ordinal. Finally, even with a small sample size, this method gives strong and reliable results. And the language we used here was English and French. Next. Then, our result. Mobile money and systems like UPI play an important role in development. They support the United Nations goal, especially reducing poverty, improving gender equality, supporting economic goal. They are fast, secure, and low cost. These help more people access financial service. The demographic pattern in Guinea, young people in city are the most aware. About 65% of people aged to 18 from 18 to 35 understand mobile money. Other people have less confidence. Only about 30 to 35 trust mobile money. In rural area, awareness is also low. Only around 40% of people know about mobile money. There is also a gender gap. About 60% of men confident using mobile money, but only about 45% of women are confident. And socioeconomic insight, low-income people, some see some benefit. About 55% say mobile money help them save money, for example, transport costs, but 40% are worried about network problem and transaction fee. Education and middle income people are more positive. Around 17% say mobile money is fast and efficient. At the national level, 68% believe mobile money help financial inclusion. 72% of young people see it is modern, but only 38% of older people trust it. And the key barriers is what? There are still important challenges. About 50% of rural women are afraid about food. Also, many people still prefer to use cash. Comparison with India. When we compare with India, we see a big difference. Yeah. In India, UPI is widely used and accepted by many people. In Guinea, adoption is not equal. And some groups use mobile money more than others. There is still gap in knowledge and understanding. Next, please. Okay. The study include 97 participants, 65 from India and 51 from Guinea. The results are reliable. Cost alpha, to knowledge, we have 0.82, and from attitude, we have 0.85. And first, we look at knowledge. Guinea has, for mean, knowledge mean, Guinea has 4.12, and India has 4.38. And second, aptitude, Guinea has 3.89, India has 4.21. And third, for practice, Guinea has 3.45, India has 3.92. And thus we have a biggest gaps. Users, we use different example. We also see difference in daily use, daily purchase lower in Guinea, bill payment lower in Guinea, and P transfer also lower in Guinea. And for correlation inside Guinea, worker relationship, there is not more relationship. Cash preference reduce adoption. But in India, there is strong integration across all use. And for regression, the most important result is from regression. In India, users depend more on aptitude. This means trust, convenience, and experience are very, very important. In Guinea, users depend more on knowledge. People need to understand the system before using it. Next, please. And for our key finding, mobile money use in Guinea is mainly driven by knowledge and aptitude. Another important problem is trust. Many people are afraid of fraud and security issue in Guinea. Because of this, even if people know about mobile money, they may not use it. So positive attitude like trust and convenience are still weak. Mobile money is not fully part of daily life in Guinea. It's mainly used for sending money, paying bill, but is less under for daily shopping, transport, small payment. Also, many people still prefer cash to reduce digital payment usage. And there are gender gaps. Women more in finance, but how can I say that? There is also a different gap. Women are more worried about food and trust. And because of this, women use mobile money less than men. Finally, there are some main barriers: lack of knowledge, like lack of trust, unequal use between groups. Next.
Thank you. Thank you.
Okay.
Before we proceed further, please, I request all the presenter, please stick to your time because we are running shortage of time. Thank you.
There's the question.
Okay, there was one question. If you see there is a gap between the two countries, you said that there are some recommendations you have given.
Yeah.
Okay, what both the governments are doing on this front to bridge the gap?
The government is one of the we play the one of important role to bridge these gaps. What the government
It is your PhD topic?
No, my master's topic.
But when you say that when you are giving recommendation,
Mhm.
what are the existing practices to overcome these barriers? Okay, and that you have to look into it. And second point, which I have observed, that your total questionnaire, which you have used in principal component analysis, it explains only 62% of variance. Means still unexplained things are there. So if you are revising, then you add more elements to redefine your construct, and you can test it if possible in other country context, so that a proper scale can be developed to measure really the knowledge part and attitude part. Okay.
Thank you so
Thank
much. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. Now I would like to invite our next presenter, Ms. Sovna Tripathi and Shah Grace Marcel, to take the stage and present their work on sustainable tourism in Cote d'Ivoire with a compatible benchmark from India. Ma'am, I would request you to please stick to 10 minutes timeline.
Okay. Dear Professor, dear Doctor, distinguished guests, and respected students, please accept my warmest and respectful greeting. Good morning. My name is Grace Nden, a first-year student in MA Economics, and I stand before you to present my research paper on sustainable tourism in Côte d'Ivoire with a comparative benchmark from India. I will talk about tourist development in Côte d'Ivoire, a country with strong potential but still underexploited. Next, please. Next. My presentation, no, my present. My work will appear as follow: introduction, rationale for selecting the 5 regions, overview of the 5 regions, methodology, results and discussion, and conclusion. For the introduction, let's say that Côte d'Ivoire is a West country with than 27 million people. Tourists play an important role in the economy by creating jobs, promoting cultural and natural heritage. The study focused on 5 regions: Yamoussoukro, San Pedro, Mo, Korogo, and Grand Bassam. For the study context, Ivory Coast has strong tourism potential with rich cultural and nature. However, tourist development is not balanced. Some regions are well developing with other still lack infrastructure and visibility. Go to your methodology, result and discussion. For the methodology, CAP analysis was applied, knowledge, attitude, and practice. Then we collect data from questionnaire and we use primary data, also secondary data for my study. So dependent variable is tourist attractiveness, and the regression equation is this. So the 5 Kenya regions were selected because they represent different types of tourism: cultural, coastal, religious, ecotourism. They also us understand regional inequality. So the result and discussion, model validity confirm than she-square test, ANOVA table, regression and factor analysis. For the policy implication, there are improved transport and infrastructure, learn from Odisha model, strengthen governance and coordination, adopt sustainable practices, promote community-based tourism, and develop integrated tourism secure. For the conclusion, the study examined 5 tourist regions in Ivory Coast, Côte d'Ivoire, my country, Yamoussoukro, San Pedro, Grand Bassam, and Korogo. The findings indicate that Yamoussoukro is the most attractive region, followed by San Pedro for its economics and coastal importance. Grand Bassam stands out for its historical heritage, while Mans and Korogo show strong natural and cultural potential despite infrastructure limitation. Thank you for your kind attention.
Due to shortage of time, all other presenters and their papers will be moving forward to the next section. Dr. Prakash Chandra Das will continue with us in the next section as well. I now cordially invite Dr. Swati Mishra and Dr. Chandrakant Sahu to kindly grace the stage. Now, I would request Dr. Swati Mishra, convener ICSB 2026, to felicitate our distinguished session chair, Professor Padmalita Rautrai, as a token of our deepest appreciation for her invaluable presence.
Okay, Dr. Das will be with us and he is going to continue for the next session. So now there is a lunch break announcement. All paper presenters, participants and dear students, please move to floor 5 for lunch. And we will be exactly meeting here at 2:30 p.m. Okay, thank you.
I would like to repeat it again. All participants, paper presenters, and everyone present over here, please move to floor number 5 for the lunch break. Thank you.
Aguan. Say Aguan.
ଦେଖା ଯାଉଛି ନା ନାଇଁ? ନକ୍ ନକ୍। କଣ କହିବି ଭାଇ କିଛି ବି। थैंक यू। जल्दी जल्दी सत्यम 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 भल है किसी गोटे कहया पड़ो कौन कही भाई किसी भाई को मन पड़नी माई चल ये
सो ठीक ठाक आउची हाँ आसी ना नहीं आसी ना नहीं कौन कहूँ कह ठीक ठाक आसी आसी ना अबे कह ठीक रे आउची तो देख कौन रश्मि कौन करू बे देखा
ঠিক আছে ହେଇଗଲା ଆରେ ଆଉଡା ଆଉଡା ଆଉଡା
सो राहुल कौन कहबी प्रेजेंटेशन कौन देवी हाँ कुणाल सर अच्छा गुड मॉर्निंग कुणाल सर हेलो गुड मॉर्निंग माई हाँ गुड मॉर्निंग
ହଁ ଫଟୋରେ ଗୋଟେ 2x ଉଠେଇବ ଆଉ ଗୋଟେ ପୋର୍ଟ୍ରେଟ୍ ଉଠେଇବ। କହୁଛ ହ୍ୟାଲୋ 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 2x ଉଠେଇବ। ଆରେ ମାର।
Hello, hello. Mic testing. Good morning, everyone. Hello, mic testing. Good morning, everyone. Okay, good morning, everyone. Good morning, everyone. Good morning, everyone. Hello, hello.
ନାଇଁ ଯିବୁ। ଗୁଡ୍ ଆଫ୍ଟରନୁନ୍ ରାହୁଲ। ଖାଇବାକୁ ଯିବା ଖାଇବାକୁ ଯିବା।
join, sir, na?
Sorry. वाह गुड आफ्टरनून गुड आफ्टरनून गोटे गोटे सीधा सीधा सेउड सेउड तळको नहीं सेटा हाँ गुड आफ्टरनून गुड इवनिंग लव यू
Wait, so ତାଙ୍କର ଅଛି। ଟିକେ ଦେଖ ଏଇଠି ଆସୁଛି ତାଙ୍କର ଲାଇଭ୍ ଏଇ ସ୍କ୍ରିନରେ। ଉଠେଇବେ ଆସନ୍ତୁ।
ଆମର ଅଫଲାଇନ୍ ଟାଇମ୍ ହେଇଗଲାଣି।
ହେଲା ଜଲ୍ଦି। ଆରେ ମୋ ସହିତ ସେଟା ଉଠାଅ ନା। Hello everyone, welcome back to Keynote Session 2. I would like to invite Professor Mohammad Abdul Wadud. He is a senior academician in the Department of Economics at Rajshahi University, serving as a professor since 2006 and a grade 1 professor since 2018. He earned a top position in his BSS and MSS degrees and completed his PhD in economics from University of Newcastle upon Tyne in 1999. His research spans microeconometrics, time series analysis, inclusive growth, agricultural economics, and food security, with publications in several reputed international journals. He has also contributed extensively to academia as an editor, researcher in globally funded projects, and participant in national and international conferences. He will be connected with us virtually. Sir, please kindly deliver your session.
Sir, please proceed your presentation. Sir, good afternoon. Wadud sir. Yes, sir. Sir, sir, please proceed. Yes, sir.
Yes, sir.
Yes, sir. You are audible.
Thank you, sir, for your valuable contribution, and we truly appreciate your time and effort in joining us remotely. Additionally, sir is the managing editor of the journal Empirical Economics Letters, which is our uh, publishing partner. Thank you, sir. Our next speaker is Professor B. Nisantha. He is a leading academician in entrepreneurship at the University of Colombo and the first professor in entrepreneurship in Sri Lanka. His research focuses on entrepreneurial intentions, small enterprise growth, and entrepreneurial learning, with significant contribution through publications in national and international journals. He has held key leadership roles, including head of the Department of Management and Organization Studies and head of the Postgraduate and Mid Career Development Unit. He is also the co founder of the Innovation and Entrepreneurship Development Unit, promoting entrepreneurial ecosystems and supporting practitioners. With over 24 years of teaching experience, he is actively engaged in international academic collaborations, including UNESCO affiliated programs and global conferences. He will be connected with us virtually.
Yes, sir.
Thank you, sir, for your insightful and engaging presentation despite for the virtual format. Your clarity, expertise, and valuable contribution made a strong impact on all of us. Thank you, sir.
Welcome back everyone to the technical session 2. Dr. Prakash Chandra Das will continue with us from session 1. Complementing him, it is my distinct honor and pleasure to introduce Dr. Rasmita Sahu, Associate Professor and Head of Business Administration at Utkal University. Dr. Rasmita Sahu, a revered scholar of business administration, has distinguished herself through profound mastery in finance and technical analysis. Adorned with eminent honors such as Chilika Samman, OMJ Award, Biren Mitra Odisha Pratibha Samman, she stands as a beacon of academic excellence. Her research spans financial markets, human resource practices, and organizational performance with numerous reputed Scopus Index publications. It is our great privilege and pride to welcome you and be graced by your presence at this occasion. I would now like to invite our paper presenters. I would like to invite Dr. Jitendra Sahu to take the stage and present his work on emotional intelligence, compassionate leadership, and employee involvement, a mediation perspective.
ମୁଁ ଖାଲି ଗୋଟେ introduction କରିକି ଛାଡ଼ିଦେବି।
Excuse me, sir. Actually, you know the time constant. There are many are
I
there.
understand, sir.
Accordingly, you manage your time.
I had
so
already
that-
talked. I will take only
Okay.
5 minutes.
Take care. Everybody, please bear in mind that let us stick to the time, or if it is lesser than that prescribed time, it is good. Okay.
Very good
Thank you.
afternoon to one and all present on this international conference. So my topic is emotional intelligence, compassionate leadership, and employee involvement, a meditation perspectives. So emotional intelligence, it plays a very vital role in the social activities or in any corporate society, because nowadays we are moreover concerned towards the human values, how the human gets its values. So how we are educating the value for the educations and the value for the human. So moreover, here the human value controls on the emotionals where they are working over this place. So this is my topic, and we had Javni? touch कर लीजिए। Okay. Okay. So coming to the introduction part, so as I had already talked about the organizational acknowledgement. That is, moreover, we are influencing these emotional activities. So this in my paper, we had gone to the emotional intelligence, where we will be covering this perceive the controls and the use of their emotion constructively, which is an important implication for performance, well-being, and engagement. So again, we had gone through this psychological emotional engagement with organizational process and various studies for this positive link with emotional intelligence and employee engagement and involvement in various sectors such as service, banking, IT, cooperatives, and public sector organizations. Okay, the background of research, we had gone from this primary data. Good. Okay, primary data has been collected and some review literature has been made, and then we had gone from some problem identifications. So we had identified some literatures provided from some empirical evidence. That is, we had identified that for the compensant leadership, we had taken more over forecasting. Next. The objective is that we had analyzed the impact emotional intelligence on employee involvement and examined the influence of emotional intelligence on compensant leadership, and we had evaluated the compensant leadership on employee involvement to assess the indirect mediate effect of emotional intelligence on the employee involvement through compensant leadership, and we had determined whether the mediated effect is partial or fully to measure the overall effect of the emotional intelligence on the employee involvement. Next. So methodology, we had gone for quantitative research design, And we have gathered some primary data with some questionnaires. Likert system has been followed, and demographic questions and Likert scales has been constructed for this emotional intelligence. And we had gone for this chronobatch alpha reliability testing, exploratory factor analysis, and confirmatory factor analysis, correlating testing, and mediation analysis. Next, we had gone result and discussion. The analysis has been assessed the reliability and validity where all construct emotional intelligence, compensate leadership, and employee involvement demonstrated satisfactory internal consistency and construct validity. And the score alpha and composite reliability values exceeds the acceptable thresholds, while conformity factors analysis supports the measurements methods with good fit indices. The structural equation model SEM results reveal that all the hypothesis relationships are statistically significant, and the mediation analysis using bootstrapping around 5,000 samples confirms that compensant leaderships significantly mediate the relationship between emotional intelligence and employment involvement. In the recommendation or policy implication, we had gone for integration of emotional intelligence in HR practice, leadership development programs, training and capacity building, promoting supportive organization cultures, embedding compensation in organization policy, enhancing psychological safety, performance management alignment, continuous monitoring and feedback, strategic leadership and approach. In conclusion, we had the study reinforces the idea that emotional intelligence were combined with compensant leadership plays a vital role in fostering highly involved, motivated, and psychological committed employees. In an increasingly complex and emotionally demanding work environment, organizations that prioritize emotional and compensant leaderships are most likely to achieve sustainable performance and long-term success. So emotionally intelligent individuals are better equipped to understand and re-regulates the emotions, build positive interpersonal relationship, and creates a supportive emotional climates within the organization. These capabilities contributes directly to the high level of psychological attachment, participants, and engagement among the employees. More importantly, the study highlights the emotional intelligence also fosters the compassionate leadership, which is strengthen the employees' environment by promoting trust, empathy, psychology, safety, and sense of belongingness. Thank you. Any questions?
Thank you, sir. I would now like to invite Mr. Chittaranjan Biswal to take the stage and present his work on microgrid power quality enhancement through reinforcement learning based UPQC control.
Good afternoon, respected panel members and organizers and active participants. Today I am here to present my research work that is Topic is my research area is microgrid power quality enhancement through reinforcement learning based UPKC control. Whenever we are talking about this like a sustainable growth SDG number, there is 17 numbers are there. If 7 numbers we are talking about the 7 number, that is it is affordable and clean energy. It's a clean energy means that means whenever we are going to apart from the renewable energy sources or depending upon the renewable sources energy sources, it will more elaborately tell that that is called affordable and reliable and sustainable modern energy to all. This is the SDG 7th number goal. And then what is that reliable? Reliable means suppose there will be depending upon the situation, the load is not fixed. The load is due to the non-linear load simultaneously we are using depending upon the situation. Suppose we are facing a problem recently like LNG supply is there. That means we are going to directly purchase like induction heater, all kind of things. Then at that time, same time, what is the problem we are facing? Then we have some quality of power will not be good. If a quality of power is not good, what happens? There will be like continuity supply. Sometimes will be damage the situation, equipments. Lot of problems will be there. Then main problems we are facing, that is the harmonics. What are the harmonics? That means sometimes we will have some problems will be there in voltage level and current level also. What it will be exactly done in our project? Yes, this is actually this is the layout of the schematic of the microgrid, and here we have chosen a 200 kilowatt solar and 50 kilowatt wind generation system, and after that we will have to trying to synchronize with the grid. What is the problem? Whenever there will be some problem will be there, that is voltage and control or current, then UPKC controller are there. What is that benefit of the UPKC? It is a unified power quality conditioner. Simultaneously, as well as the voltage and current, it needs to be inject at the same time. Suppose there will be some voltage will be unwanted signal will be there, and what it UPKC will do at that same time, it will be inject that opposite polarity and the same magnitude of the voltage to wipe out this problem. Generally, earlier it was methods are there, that is like several methods are there we are using, like fuzzy PI controller, fuzzy controller. But what are the advantages of using this? Like here we are using that. Next. Directly. Generally, what is the we're going to approach your artificial intelligence technology, like we are chosen that reinforcement learning. What it does, the reinforcement learning, it works on the 7-layer based technology. Like whatever the existing inverters are there today nowadays, they're using three-point inverter. That means if you compare within this like fuzzy or neural network, these are the predefined rules, and we do not know what is happening in the demand side. But any time there will be, depending the variation of the load, what are the challenges will come, it will be unwanted. Like it's not like the predefined rule and setups will not work at that moment. Then directly it will be work in the by applying the reinforcement learning. What will happen? Then definitely we'll overcome those problems. But not only the voltage and a current directly. Output next output direct output. Slide last output results last पूरा last result उल्टा चल हाँ it is. Yes, this is the approved. Yes, approved. देखिए approved. Yes, is that previously. Yes, if you compare this, that is a low UPKC. What is the voltage harmonic distribution like 8.5? You by using this 8.5, it will be simultaneously by using PI controller, it will be able to achieve 4.5%, and fuzzy it will be 3.8, and applying by technology the reinforcement learning, it is a one part of the artificial intelligence technology, it is able to 2.8%. It is only achieved that because of IEEE standard 5.9 standard tells that it should be minimum to 5%, up to 5%. So that is only able to achieve with by using the RL UPKC control, then current, voltage regulation, power factor, and these are the outputs. Outputs generally we have simulated this by using typical loads by varying the problems on nonlinear loads. We have used that for x-axis that 400 means episodes. Episodes means each episode having number of iterations are there. That means several methods will be you need to execute in that each episode. If you compare this within this graph, what is happening within that 100, that will be, it approaches to reach the steady state of the performance. Around 200 to 250, it almost after 250 it settles down. That is the main objective. This the result, if you go to the result, IEEE 5.1 standard tells that within 5%, but should be able to achieve 2.8%. Not only this, harmonic, lot of parameters we need to control here. That means the power factor is the biggest challenge. That means whenever we are having that paying the electricity bill, that will be it matters a lot. But should trying to be less, so the power factor should be improved. Finally, it should be able to achieve 0.96 and this main objective is that harmonic should be within the 3%, and if you compare the previous one, that will be around 40% faster response and 25% better steady state accuracy. These are the references and conclusions. These are the references. Yes. Thanks.
Thank you, sir. I would now like to invite Tenjin Wangchuk, Dr. Ananya Mitra, and Ms. Sovna Tripathi to take the stage and present their work on smart tourism for sustainable destination development through empirical findings from Bhutan and lessons from India.
Because I have used a lot of transition animation, that's where I have to use. Very warm good afternoon to you all. So highly respected session chairperson and organizing team. So I am from Bhutan, and currently I'm pursuing Masters in Economics under a School of Economics and Commerce at KIIT. So I will be taking you all through my paper titled Smart Tourism for Sustainable Destination Development through Empirical Findings from Bhutan and a Lesson from India. So now let me try to brief you what is smart tourism all about. So smart tourism, it basically refers to an integration or incorporation of the advanced information and communication technologies along with the tourism services, where it will be able to take the overall travel experiences to the greater height or to the greater position. And it is being supported by three basic things. So the smart tourism offers an opportunity for personalized experiences. With the smart tourism, it is actually offering a lot of opportunities for the travelers to make a decision based on their interest. Which places are they actually interested to travel? And Secondly, it offers intelligent decision. It actually offers better choices where travelers they will be able to access to the real-time data and the information that are very much relevant or pertinent to the current situation. And thirdly, actually, it is making convenient services. It is making or putting the traveler's life into more comfortable situation because with the use of smart technology, they will be actually the travelers will be able to access to a lot of information, and they are making putting the traveler's life into a more comfortable situation. Now, I would like to relate the topic of smart tourism with the concept uh, GNH, gross national happiness. So why actually this smart tourism is very much relevant or pertinent to the Bhutanese context? And I would like to relate this with the philosophical underpinning known as gross national happiness. Now, gross national happiness, it is actually a holistic development approach. We do not compartment things. We do not work things in a silo. Rather, we try to include all the aspects in one frame. Then we also take into account of cultural aspects and spiritual values. Then thirdly, we also bring the concept of environmental preservation and promotion on the frame. Now, the actual concept of GNH is actually being supported by the four pillars. Number one, we have good governance. It is actually talking about how good government is uh, doing the activities. Are they actually listening to the people's voices at the grassroots level? Are they taking into account of the voices of individual people or individual member in the society? And they are also taking into account of the transparency and the accountability. Then next, it includes the cultural preservation and promotion. Bhutan is actually known to rest of the world because of its tourism destiny. Because of this cultural preservation, we have cultural diversity, which attracts a lot of tourists in the country. And thirdly, sustainable and equitable socioeconomic development. We value whatever things that we are enjoying at the moment should be equally the same level of enjoyment must be shared to the future generation, where we firmly or strongly believe in the concept of sustainable and equitable. So whatever the benefits that we get or earn from the development, it should be equally distributed among the people, and there should be perfect balance between growth and the social welfare. Now, I have actually taken into account of the role of India in digital transformation, because Bhutan has been heavily relying on India, because in terms of digital infrastructure development in the country, so India has been playing very strong or pivotal role in terms of ensuring digital infrastructure, including from network building and communication networks. Then it also, the online payment system, it has been influenced from India. And thirdly, we have capacity building. A lot of intellectual from India are being hired to Bhutan in terms of providing training, skill based, so that our people also become equally compatible in terms of handling those equipments. Now, these are the literature reviews. The first portion, it talks about the concept of smart tourism being given or being provided by different scholars. Then next, it is talking about the role of smart tools. Then next, the tourist behavior. Then this is actually talking about the role of India, how India has been playing pivotal role in terms of infrastructural development, in terms of digital infrastructure. Then the tourism, digital and tourism context. Then we have key challenges associated to smart tourism. The next, literature review. These are some of the findings from the literature reviews. Now, when it comes to problem identification, there are a lot of researches being conducted under this. However, when it comes to particularly smart tourism in Bhutanese context, we have not seen any single paper which has been published. That's why we have actually unanimously decided to work on this. Then they have a few papers being published on policy related to tourism, sustainable and cultural perspective, but there are no papers being published under the smart tourism. And secondly, so I, as I have, I was always, as I was explaining that the Indian government has been one of the strongest support system to the country, and those scholars have not included how India has been influencing in terms of taking digital transformation into the greater height, which is one of the core component of the smart tourism. Then when it comes to objectives, number one, actually, we are actually trying to understand the people's behavior relating to the gender and the education. Then we also try to explore what could be some of the possible solutions or possible methods where we can maintain sustainable tourism policy in the country. Then thirdly, it is actually talking about the knowledge, how much tourists are aware about the smart tourism, how are they actually using the smart tourism, that comes under attitude. And after knowing and after having those things, how are they actually putting things into practical reality. Actually, we have explored on those things. Then when it comes to methodology, so we have used knowledge attitude to investigate the constructs. Then we have collected the primary data among the Bhutanese people. Then regression model was being used. Now the reliability. So the Cronbach-Alva reliability under each components, it was showing proper consistency, which is showing greater than 0.70. And this coefficient actually speaks a lot that there are proper connection between each variables that we have collected. Then the reliability finding, it is actually appropriate to the future scholars or researchers to be able to use the sophisticated statistical modeling to analyze the data. Then result and discussion. Now, as per the cluster radar charter, we have found the tourists are being categorized into three types. Number one, we have looked at the digital enthusiasts. There are some group of tourists who are well aware of the smart tools, and they are also traveling frequently, and while in the course of traveling they are also using those techniques. Then secondly, we have moderate travelers. They have the limited knowledge on the smart tourism, and they also sometimes practice, but they are not practicing as high as what they were doing in the digital enthusiast. Then next, we have third category is a traveler, traditional travelers. Okay. Traditional travelers, they are not at all aware of the tourism, smart tourism, and they are not using that. Rather, they are actually preferring the traditional or conventional method of traveling. Okay, sir. Okay. Now the regression analysis actually, now I'm almost towards the end of my presentation. So the regression analysis is showing that the knowledge plays a very critical role. As far as people have proper knowledge, then they are able to take care of those two things, that is attitude and the practice. Then we have also seen that gender differences, like if it is in terms of male, so they are more towards the knowledge, and when it comes to women, they are more towards the attitudes. After understanding, then they actually try to find out and whether it is reliable or not, then only then they are actually adopting or incorporating those things. Now recommendations. So capacity building, so we have included, there are some areas where we can incorporate, where we can involve local stakeholders, where they can build capacity in understanding those things. Then we have also suggested promote integrated tourism apps and services in the country. Then we have also improved the education plays very strong role in terms of understanding the overall perspective or concept of the smart tourism. Okay, thank you, sir. That's all, sir.
Okay, before we proceed for next paper presentations, we have an announcement. We have an announcement for Best Paper Award. And we have received 56 papers and accepted 34. Shortlisted paper for Best Paper Award is 6. And finally, after scrutiny, one paper is selected for Best Paper Award. So to give that, I would like to request Chapter President OC and senior members of OC to present the memento, Uttariya, and the certificate. The paper which is selected is Cognitive Biases in Investing, a study on behavioral biases of retail investors for smart investment decisions. Authors Dr. Santosh Kumar Malik and Dr. Satya Swarup Debashish. In their absentia, I would like to request from our organizing team, Dr. Bamdev Mahapatra, to receive the award. Yes, yes.
With permission of the organizing committee and the host institute, I have the pleasure of introducing Operational Research Society of India, founded by great Prashant Chandra Mahalnavis long back, who was the right hand of Pandit Jawaharlal Nehru. And we have opened Odisha chapter here at Bhubaneswar. It is the most vibrant chapter in entire India. And we have received twice the best chapter in all over India. And we have the practice of sponsoring Best Research Paper Award for all important events like this. We are very happy and really obliged to Chandrakanta Babu and his energetic team for permitting us to collaborate with them. And it was really a very rigorous selection. I personally am convinced, and my colleagues here are also equally convinced, the best paper goes to the right person. I'm sorry that he is a bureaucrat of the state government. As you know, the March ending. Despite his all interest, he could not be present here. On behalf of ORSI Bhubaneswar chapter, I request my senior colleague, former head of the department statistics, and senior professor, Professor Pradeep Kumar Tripathi, to give out the award to the representative, whoever Chandrakant sir tells.
Thank you, everyone. Before calling on the next presenter, I would like to request everyone to please stick to the only objectives, methodology, and result of their presentations. Now, I would like to invite Ms. Manisha. Okay, ma'am. Oh, I see. Actually, full name.
Now I'd like to request our HOD Chandrakant sir to felicitate Dr. R.N. Subudhi sir with Uttariya.
I would like to repeat myself again. Presenters are requested to please stick to their objectives, methodology, and result. Now, I would like to invite Ms. Manisha Maharana to please take the stage and present her work on an econometric assessment of household level renewable energy adoption in Odisha using binary response models.
Manisha Maharana. Renewable energy. ICSB. Good afternoon and namaskar, one and all present here. Deeply respected chairperson of this session, distinguished panelists and your participants. I am Manisha Maharana, working as a research scholar in KIT School of Economics and Commerce, KIT University, Bhubaneswar. I'm very much privileged to present our research paper on an econometric assessment of household level renewable energy adoption in Odisha using binary response models. So this is a content that I'm going to discuss. Okay, so everyone is aware of the need of the clean and sustainable energy in today's world, not only for India as well as other countries, that how it is helpful to adaptation in climate change, depletion of fossil fuels, energy security, alleviation of poverty, and inclusive development. So in this scenario, I would also like to get you people to, as you already know about the United Nations Sustainable Development Goals 2030, where the renewable energy takes a special place at Sustainable Development Goal number 7, and it also supports other sustainable development goals like no poverty, and which is Sustainable Goal number 1, and Sustainable Development Goal number 10, that is about reduced inequality, and 13, that is on climate action. So India, in this virtue, India has already implemented so many policies regarding this renewable energy. So these are the policy programs as you are seeing in the screen. So not only India, but specifically if we speak about Odisha government are also following the Indian policies that have been adopted by the central government. But despite of this, all these policies, still the household sector, which is a major consumer of this energy, this household sector lacks the adoption rate, and so many factors are responsible. So today we are going to highlight the attributes which are acting as hinders or as a stimulus to this renewable energy adoption. So these are the review of literature and supported theories that which supports our research work. About the problem identification, that in Odisha, very few studies have been done regarding this renewable energy access issues, and also very few studies particularly highlighting the household level, and where econometric models like logistic regression, which is used in our studies, that are used. And few studies are also there relating the renewable energy with the sustainable development goals at the micro level. These are the research objectives to analyze the socio-economic and demographic attributes of households which embrace and do not embrace the renewable energy in Odisha, and to determine the major factors that influence the household level adoption of renewable energy through logistic regression analysis, and to draw specific policy conclusions about how to speed up this pace of renewable energy adoption in Odisha. About the methodology, we have utilized cross-sectional study of 147 households who are aged 18 years and above in Odisha through random sampling method, and our dependent variable is adoption of renewable energy, which is the dichotomous or binary variable, where one is taken for adoption of some form of renewable energy and 0 is for non-adoption. Some form of renewable energy in terms of maybe clean cooking, clean lighting, or clean transport of any kind. Here we have used logistic regression model in SPSS software. These are the independent variables or the predictors for our model. They are income level, education level, government incentives, awareness level, and rural urban residents, as well as family size. So demographic data, demographic analysis of our respondents. This is the model, functional form of the model. This is about the descriptive statistics of the data analysis. Yes, about this result and discussion, first about the model accuracy and overall fit. Using the omnibus test of model coefficient, the model chi-square value has come at as 40.530 with 6 degrees of freedom, and which is statistically significant at below 1% level of significance. So it shows that how explanatory variables that are included in my model are significantly explaining this model over the model having no attributes or no predictors. Then the Cox and Snell R square and Nagelkarke R square, the values have come up as 0.241 and 0.321 respectively. If we take the Nagelkarke R square value, it shows that the model explains approximately 32.1% of the change in the choice of renewable energy. And the Hosmer-Lemso goodness of fit, which also say yield a chi-square value of 4.164. Then the p-value is coming at 0.842 and gives a non-significant value. That means the model fits, the data fits to use logistic regression in the model. And the classification accuracy table that says about the 72.1% of the explanation of the model, that the model explains that 72.1% of the observed data. This was the coefficient variable table. As we can see here, that the significance label for income level and awareness has come up as significant. Yes, yes, sir. So here it says that finding shows that among all the variables, among all the explanatory variables, only income level and awareness score are found to be statistically significant. That means that increasing the income level or the awareness level of the households, they are tend to utilize the renewable energy, or they tend to adopt the renewable energy more. And about the education level and government incentives, they have come out significant, but at 10% level of significant. That means there is moderate evidence in our data supporting the relation. And about the urban location and family size, they do not have any significant relation regarding the renewable energy adoption. But the policy implications, so there is a strong and purpose oriented incentives system Odisha government need to adopt, and not only the government agencies but also the non-government agencies should work along with the government about mass media benefication, demonstration, community level initiation. Actually, as what we have seen our result, that increasing the awareness level, and that can only be done through including syllabuses in the education as well as through demonstrations, campaigns. Otherwise, also there is provision of cheap loans and special subsidies that can give an impact on the
Please
renewable
conclude.
energy adoption. Yes, sir. Thank you.
Next.
Thank you, ma'am. Now I would like to request Dr. Manas Ranjan Chaudhary to please come to the stage and present his paper on From Profit to Purpose, a systematic literature review of sustainable business transformation.
Well, very good afternoon to all the distinguished panelists, professors, and the faculties, and the organizing committee, and the students present over here. So my topic is basically on profit to purpose, a systematic review on sustainable business transformation. Um, so basically, as you know, that the buzzword today is sustainability, and normally all businesses previously used to go for these profit-oriented objectives, but now as the things have changed, so sustainability is now playing a big role, and everyone wants to have a sustainable business. So it is applicable in everywhere, in technology, in social science, in terms of also in business activities, operations, everywhere it is being used. So myself, Dr. Manas Chaudhary, I'm Associate Professor at Trident Economic Technology, along with my co-author Anita and Jasmine. They are from Keys University. So we together have made a research on this. So a systematic literature review of sustainable business transformation. So the background story is basically, you see, as you know, the today's shift is purpose-driven models. It's not profit-oriented now. Everything has to be profit, but profit should be inclined and oriented towards sustainability basis. So that is the most important thing. And from the concept has also shifted from shareholder to stakeholder. As you know, the shareholder basically concerns the financial aspects, while the stakeholders basically the growth aspects along with the sustainable vision and integration of goals, sustainable business transformation, and it has been a big emphasis on every business organizations. The management is focusing on how to apply this sustainable business so that it can bring about the changes in all activities, including profit as well as output and the literature landscape. So despite so many things are going on, we have taken into consideration from 2000 to 2026, so many papers, 412 papers. But we found from 2023 to 26, there are very relevant papers which are basically focused on these areas, and we have used some parameters to study and then shortlist the 24 papers based on which a study was made. Next. So these are brief review of literature. So we have taken 24 papers, and you see, these are the key findings. Found a positive relation between ESG practices, then highlighted the, you see, so these are some of the things which have been studied by the different authors on sustainability, and these are very vital inputs, gave a lot of insights to carry further activities. So how business can apply sustainability to carry out its business operations and all other activities leading to very good sustainable outcomes. Next. So these are the research gap which was found by studying all this, and based on research gap, we try to focus our research. The isolated focus on aspects. Basically, you see that now sustainable business. Okay. Next slide. I will conclude. These are the objectives. Aims to develop comprehensive understand sustainable business transformation. Key drivers to push organization to sustainability, and these are the data and methods. Prisma guidelines followed. I followed. Prisma means you can say like this is basically your prioritize. You can say reporting item for systematic meta-analysis. Okay, this was basically the guidelines which we used to follow and adopt in order to find out our research-based outcomes. Next, please. So it includes the drivers, regular drivers, market drivers, leadership drivers, stakeholder pressures, and technology drivers. These are the basically the drivers which are driving force in implementation of sustainability related activities in every organizations. Next, please. And again, the organizational practice also includes governance, strategy, operations, HRM, innovation, reporting. And innovation plays a very vital role. As you know that everywhere this innovation is now leading to so many sustainable outcomes, and that is what making it very, very realistic and implementable. Next, please. So multi-level outcomes, again, financial, environmental, social, organizational, and employee outcomes. So it is an integrated approach. So without all these things, you cannot have any. So all these, so based on activities, these are the outcomes in different levels. Which is basically we found so that it can be implemented in and can get sustainable outcomes related to financial, environmental, social, organizational, employee. Next, please. And these are the findings, like leadership and culture play role, managing paradox. The paradox theory, you studied stakeholders theory, paradox theory, then adaptation theory. So all these things we have studied in order to come up with some of the outcomes. Next, please. So this. Okay, thank you very much. Thanks a lot.
Thank you, sir. Now I would like to invite Ms. Pallavi Joshi to take the stage and present her work on a note on a model with inventory, sensitive demand, and both varying deterioration and holding cost under grace period conditions.
सबमिट करते हैं उधर किसने पीपीटी प्रेजेंटेशन ना एरिया A very good afternoon. Myself, Pallavi Joshi, a research scholar of Department of Mathematics, C.V. Raman Global University. I am here to present our paper entitled A Note on a Model with Inventory-Sensitive Demand on both varying deterioration and holding cost under grace period conditions. These are the contents of my PPT. Our paper basically is dependent on the inventory model for the deteriorating items. The term deterioration refers to the items that undergo decaying during the normal storage period, and inventory models such as the economic order quantity framework is useful to the point at which the ordering cost and the carrying cost are equal is known as the economic order quantity, and this quantity helps to minimize the total annual cost of the total system. The key benefits include the prevent overstock and supports the supply chain efficiencies. Our inventory model is basically dependent on stock dependent demand patterns, and these are the key notations and assumptions that are used in our model. These are the brief review literature, and basically these papers are used, some of the stock dependent papers, stock dependent demand patterns are used in The objective of our researcher is to develop a generalized EOQ model which will help in minimizing the total cost function and optimize the key decision variables such as the shortage time point and the cycle length of the system. And here in this paper, we have modelized the equation, then optimized it numerically using some of the examples. Here in the model, we have first a differential equation using which we have obtained a initial order quantity equation. The key components that are used in a total cost are first computed using that, such as the ordering cost, holding cost, deterioration cost, and shortages cost. A trade credit, that is mu, is taken as two cases. First case, mu is less than T1, that T1 is the shortage time point, and in case 2, the mu is greater than T1.
Can you go to the conclusion part?
These are the results and discussions that are shown numerically of the model. The key contributions and the conclusion. This model is formulated using the stock relevant demand patterns and time varying iteration rate. The main aim of this paper is to compute the optimal values of the time point, cycle length, and the average system cost. Mathematical expressions are derived and solved mathematically, and the future work can additionally be extended by putting the demand pattern, by generalizing the demand pattern, and the varying iteration can be extended to 2 to 3 parameters such as the variable density functions, and the model can be generalized by allowing features like inflation or the quantity discounts. Thank you.
Thank you, ma'am. Now I would like to invite Mr. Sumant Kumar Das to take the stage and present his work on the influence of content quality, engagement, and online barriers on tourist trust and perception in northern Odisha.
Very good afternoon. Respected chairperson, esteemed guest, fellow research scholar. Myself Sumant Kumar Das, presenting topic the influence of content quality engagement and online barriers on tourist trust and perception in North Odisha. Tourist in the modern era has evolved beyond just visiting places and sightseeing. Today it is more about creating meaningful experience and emotional connection with destinations. The study is guided by the following key objectives. The first objective is to examine the effect of tourist engagement on perception and trust, which helps to understand how actively involved tourists develop opinions and confidence about destination. And second one is to analyze the impact of tourist intention and tourist outcome, such as satisfaction, loyalty, and revisit intention. So overall, these objectives aim to improve comprehensive understanding how psychological and behavioral factor
influence tourism outcomes in northern Odisha. This study adopts quantitative research design, examine the relationship between tourist engagement, intention, perception, trust, and tourist outcomes. So it is a primary data collection through structure questionnaire. A survey method was used to gather responses, ensuring the data reflects. So to measure the variables, a structure questionnaire with Likert scale items were used. And for data analysis, statistical tools, correlation, regression, and ANOVA. These methods helps in identifying both direct and indirect effects, especially mediating role of perception and trust. Now come to result and discussion. The result of this study revealed several important findings regarding relationship between tourist and engagement, intention, perception, trust, and tourist outcome. So this analysis shows that tourist engagement has significant positive intention, so a positive relationship with tourist outcome and satisfaction. And the finding confirmed that perception and trust have a strong and direct influence on tourist outcomes. Most importantly, this study finds the perception and trust act as a mediating variables. So from this discussion perspective, these findings suggest that tourism success not only depend upon physical attention, but also psychological and emotional factors also. So tourists today value trust, authenticity, and meaning experience. Therefore, improving engagement strategies, building trust, creating positive perception, essential for enhancing tourist outcomes, region like North Odisha. Then recommendation and policy implementation. Based on the finding of this study, several important recommendations can be made in improving tourism outcomes in Northern Odisha. First, there is a need of enhanced tourist engagement, especially digital platforms such as social media, online campaigns. Tourist authorities should encourage interactive contact. Second is your improving service quality, which create essential building trust. And this includes better hospitality service, safety measure, instrument support, and responsiveness to tourist needs. So, thank you. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. Now I would like to invite Mr. Nilambar Panda to present his work on supply chain management using human AI collaboration, bibliometric and systematic literature review.
Good afternoon, jury members, distinguished guests, participants, and my dear students. My name is Nilambar Panda, research scholar from Department of Management, BPUD Rourkela. I was working under the guidance of Dr. Sasmita Mahapatra, BIITM Bhubaneswar. Today, my topic is supply chain management using AI, human collaboration, a bibliometric and systematic literature review. As sir is instructed to me taking 2 minutes only, then I first go out my objective, my research objective to analyze existing research on human AI collaboration and to identify trends from 2015 to 2025 to find key contributors like authors and countries and to understand research gaps and future opportunities. For this research, I used bibliometric analysis and systematic literature review. Data was collected from Scopus and period from 2015 to 2025. And the tools used VOS viewer software and technique included co-authorship analysis and citation analysis and keyword analysis. After my research, in my paper, I finding first research has grow rapidly. That means from less than 5 papers in 2015 and more than 200 in 2024. Second, major contributors from okay.
Thank you, sir. Now I would like to request Mr. S.K. Sabir Mohammed. Please present your paper on India's e-retailing prospects and difficulties. Which one? This one? Thank you. Let's use this button.
Very good afternoon to one and all present here, esteemed the jury members, respected the organizing team, and all the persons one and all present over here. I, S.K. Sabir Mohammed, research scholar, Department of Management, BPUT Raurkela, and pursuing my PhD under the guidance of Dr. Sasmita Mahapatra, Associate Professor, Department of Management, BHUBANESWAR, Bhubaneswar. My today's topic about the India's retailing prospects and difficulties. As the time is very short, I will like to say that in India, what happened? India has a massive growth in the use of the smartphones and internet in the recent years, and with this development, this e-retailing or online retailing has emerged. This is just the process, conceptual process about the e-commerce transactions, and we have the review of literature starting from 2015 to 2025. Based upon the review literature, certain problems are faced that research on the internet shopping is in the infancy. That is in our evolution stage, and traditionally Indians are conservative in their approach to the shopping. So importance is need to give into the touch and the feel factor. That is normally about the customer trust, which is a biggest challenge nowadays. And my research objectives about the focusing upon the conception of the e-retailing in India and to provide the certain suggestive measures that can be taken for the improvement in the field of e-retailing. The methodology that I have taken, normally the secondary sources of data taken from the different websites, newspapers and journals, which I have reflected in the reference. And the study is on the matter of the future of e-retailing in India and its challenges in India. And data is analyzed by using the SPSS and as well as the Tableau method. These are the results and discussions. In a short, I will say that this is the attributes and the retails keeping in the base year 2024 and the forecasted 2025-2033. And here by the prediction to the Indian e-commerce market, the cumulative growth from 2024 to 27 is 15%. And accordingly, the growth will be taking up to 274 US million by 2027. These are the recommendations. Normally, for the policy implication, the government must go for the FDI in the online system, in the online retail by the single brand. And the company must try to develop the customer loyalty. Refund and return should be minimized. Loyalty programs should also be introduced. And on the whole, I will try to conclude with the three things. First of all, the major retailers are moving toward the internet-based. So by means of better process, organization structure, and relations. Secondly, the success tactics can be used for the consumer acceptance on both physically as online. And thirdly, the current premises need to be improved. With this, these are the references. With this, I remain. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. Now I would like to invite Ms. Sai Jagyasini Rana to take the stage and present her work on a replenishment model with varying deterioration and generalized demand allowing shortages.
Good afternoon, everyone. I am Sai Jagyashini Rana, a research scholar of Department of Mathematics, C.V. Raman Global University, and today I am going to present my research work that is a replacement model with varying iteration and generalized demand allowing shortages. These are my contents, and that is the background of the study. That is there is some mathematical notations and assumptions which we use for our work. That is the brief review of literature survey. These are my research gap and research questions. So research gap is existing models mostly assume constant and iteration and simple demand which do not reflect real life situation, and limited studies consider generalized demand together with time varying iteration. And last is the lack of integrated models that include varying iteration, generalized demand, and shortages simultaneously. And my research objectives is in this work an EOQ model, that is economic order quantity of a single type items, is formulated with time varying iteration and generalized demand function and shortages. The iteration and demand pattern of each item are considered as linear quadratic in nature, and and the shortages of items is a partially backlogging of time. So we put here an algorithm is introduced to compute the two decision variables such as shortages period and cycle length, and to compute optimal system cost and ordered quantity. The optimal solution of the proposed model not only exist but also are unique. So these are data and methods which we use here. So that is the solution procedures or algorithm. So we especially we use here 3 steps, and that is the result and discussion. We take an example, that is we set the parameters, and finally we get the result, that is T star, and substituting TV star and T star. And the contribution of this paper is develops an integrated inventory model incorporating time varying iteration, generalized demand, and shortages in a single framework, and derives optimal replacement policies to minimize total inventory cost. And lastly, the provides a more realistic, flexible modeling approach compared to classical inventory models. And the conclusion is an EOQ policy is established with linear deterioration and quadratic demand under backload shortages. In our future work is demand pattern can be generalized in the function of time, stock, or price dependent demand pattern, and are also in probabilistic demand pattern. For instance, the varying deterioration may be extended to varying deterioration function such as 2 parameter, or we can take also here variable density function and also gamma density function. The model may be generalized by allowing features like inflation, quantity, discount, and others. Finally, our proposed work can further be extended by incorporating 1 or 2 level trade credit period shortages. Thank you.
Thank you, ma'am. Now, I would like to call our last presenter, Dr. Kailash Chandra Nayak, to the stage and present his paper on trends of AI and ML in the optimization of social life cycle assessment for sustainability enhancement in supply chain management. Ma'am, sir, I would like to call again our last presenter, Dr. Kailash Chandra Nayak, to please take the stage.
Okay, so very good afternoon to all respected convener of this particular international conference, jury members, esteemed faculties, and lovely students. Okay, thanks at first, thankful to all the organizing committee. They have selected our papers and giving us opportunity to talk on this auspicious occasion, particularly the second international conference on sustainable business, innovation, inclusion, and impact. So let me introduce my paper. My paper is Trends of AI, AI and ML in the optimization of a social life cycle assessment for sustainable enhancement in supply chain management. When you start with the supply chain management, obviously the network being available to supply the product from manufacturer to the retailers or the customers through a network, basically we called it a supply chain management. Then what is the need of a social life cycle assessment? Basically, whenever we are doing something, we may not be aware, but we think about the profit of the organization other than considering whether the management or the supply chain giving profit to the society or giving a better impact on the society, or many way it will contribute to the society that we may forget about it. So this is our role is what? So how the technology being used, artificial intelligence and machine learning to be used in the optimization of social life cycle assessment for sustainable development. Anyway, so many things are there, but the background of the study will focus on what technological changes in industry that will the key things that to be force us to work on the paper, lifestyle of stakeholders of the supply chain, and the people view on supply chain and support activities in the development and think about the sustainability. These are the key areas which allow us to work on the paper. So there are many papers we have studied from 21 to 25, and many papers are contributed in this particular field, but a lot of lackings are there. Particularly the lacking is gap is what many speak about the sustainability without technology. That is a very gap is exist in the study. Lacking efficient methodology for optimization, that is also being lacked. Unable to speak on performance indicator in details will not be available. Successful latest technology in business development and overall performance analysis. So these are the key things that are missing. So that to be focused in our paper. So our objective are to know how advanced technology used to improvise the social difficulties of the people of industries like FMCG, garment, food processing, delivery, and service sectors, and also to know the different optimization methods used in analysis of social life cycle assessment to find out the experience of a people in their lifestyle, those who are directly or indirectly involved in the supply chain management, and to know the industries keep focus on technology at different level of supply chain management, to know the average performance of industries on different parameters, and to find out the sustainability attainment through digital transformation. Because everywhere we are thinking about talking about sustainability, and the sustainability can be done if we focus the supply chain, we think about the profit of the organization, we think about the profit of the people, then we can think about a long-term sustainability in supply chain management. So we have collected around the data from 32 companies and 160 peoples in the study whole process, and we use the three different models in the analysis process. First one is multi-objective optimization model we have used, the decision tree for social performance index that has been used, and another we have used that is hybrid AI in supply chain risk management. Because at the end, when you think about the risk, there is a need to overcome the risk, and that can be done by analyzing a large amount of data, and that can be done by human being. It will only be done through machine learning and artificial intelligence. If you add all these things in your study by your activities, then you can overcome your risk. So there are many studies have been done. So if you go to the segment of a contribution of a study, then it show you that able to know the success of technology in improvising the social difficulties of people. So that is a very strength of this particular paper, to understand thoroughly about the optimization methods used in the analysis process for social life cycle assessment, and to know the real experience of people in the current scenario like education, agriculture, employability, health, happiness, and the society. These are the 5-6 different fields that has been used for study purpose, and suggestion for industries how to improvise the supply chain management network for better interest of the people, and allow to know how to attain the sustainability and where the further improvement may be needed. And last one is to be operated with the latest technology to solve the real-time problems. So these are the contributions or implication of the study. If you go to the conclusion, no doubt it is a always need optimized supply. We always need an optimized supply chain along with a positive social impact life cycle assessment to strengthen the operational activities and able to overcome the cutthroat competitions and successful to attain sustainability. Okay, so in this particular paper, we have covered only the few 120, 160 feedbacks. It may be extended, then it no doubt it will maybe give a different result. Day by day, technology has also been changed. Our role is what we have to add new technology every time. We have to analyze it, which technology best, and that to be operated in the study. Then it will giving you more strength to the sustainability, as well as it makes us a long-term sustainability in supply chain management. Thank you. Thank you.
Thank you, everyone. Now it's time for certificate and proceeding distribution. So now I'd like to request both the session chairs, Dr. Prakash Chandra Das and Dr. Rashmita Sahu, along with our HOD MBA, Dr. Chandrakant Sahu, Program Chair, ICSB 2026, to come to the stage to give certificate distribution. Due to shortage of time, I will only pronounce the paper code and the author names, not the topic name. So kindly cooperate. A paper code 05, Michael Fire Tenkio and Dr. Ananya Mitra. Proceedings. One proceeding. Paper code 14, Ananya Mitra, Sobna Tripathi, Smruti Rekha Mahanti, Grace, and Ashok. Grace. Goti. Paper code 15, Ashok Kumar Das, Amarnath Padhi, Sumanta Kumar Das. If any author is absent, please collect on their behalf. Paper code 21, Nilambar Panda, Sasmita Mahapatra. Paper code 25, Sasmita Mahapatra, Sabir Muhammad, Sasmita Mahapatra and Sabir Muhammad. Paper code 29, Priyaranjan Pradhan, Bidhu Bhushan Naik, Basudev Singh, Rajendra Prasad Panigrahi, Deepak Kumar Sahu, Sipra Maharana. Paper code 37, Ananya Mitra, Sobna Tripathi, Tenjin Wanchuk. Paper code 39, Smruti Rekha Mohanty, Ananya Mitra, Manisha Maharana. Paper code 44, Nazeeb KK, Moshami Das, Arya Kumar. Paper code 46, Sanghamitra Patnaik, Arundhati Ghade. Sanghamitra Patnaik, Arundhati Ghade. Paper code 47, Debjani Palai. Paper code 48, Kailash Chandra Naik, Bhavani Sankaratha. Paper code 56, Dharmendra Nath Patajasi. Avinash.
Any presenter or anyone have the presenter device or clicker that was kept here? Any presenter? Last. Sure. अरे भाई आइए। I now cordially request Dr. Chandrakant Sahu, Program Chair and HOD, MBA IMIT CUTTACK, to kindly felicitate our distinguished session chairs, Dr. Prakash Chandra Das and Dr. Rasmita Sahu, as a token of our deepest appreciation for their invaluable presence.
Okay, I would like to thank each one of you for your presence and staying so long for us. And we have this beautiful session. Hopefully, we will be meeting next year again. Thank you so much, my dear colleagues, for your cooperation and our tech team. Without their support, this event must have been be successful. Thank you so much. Chandrakant sir, a few authors are asking for proceedings, more than one. So we will look into it and we will inform you later. Okay? Thank you, everyone. Have a nice day. We will discuss it and we will let you know. Thank you so much.